Hello and good time zone, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday so far. I know I am ready to crack into my wonderful hop tea. Start the morning off right. Try to get a little ASMR going. Hopefully it's not gonna explode this time. Okay, we're good. Nothing like some green tea to start the morning off right. So, normally, if this is your first time here, today we are building General Kudro of Draneth. So on Instagram, I have people vote on who they want to see every week, and the pool this week was 2-color budget. So our budget today is already set. Normally that's voted on as well. So today we have a budget of 45 bucks. But General Kudro is 1 in Orzhov, so 3 CMC, for a legendary human soldier. And it has other humans you control get +1/+1, and whenever General Kudro of Draneth or another human enters the battlefield under your control, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. That's pretty cool but situational. What I'm personally looking to focus more on is you can pay 2, sacrifice 2 humans, destroy target creature with a power 4 or greater. So I'm kind of surprised that General Kudro only has 83 decks on EDH rec. Because I think, he's a human lord, has the ability to be a sack outlet. Sure, you have to pay 2 and sacrifice 2 humans. But if we build around an aristocrats type strategy, I don't know. I think this could be a very good budget commander. So as I said, budget today is 45 buckies. Some themes I'm looking into, definitely human tribal, things that, like to interact with humans. Aristocrats and reanimator. I think that's going to kind of be the bread and butter of what we're looking for, and the human tribal stuff's just going to kind of be a bonus. Mostly human tribal in the sense of if I want things that have good interaction with humans or gets benefits from playing humans, not necessarily making them big. I'm personally not planning on building this deck to really, have big swings or anything, but mostly just focusing on a general aristocrats type strategy to hopefully try to win us the game. Token shenanigans, maybe. I don't know. I try not to research before I start building. As always, I put 38 off-color lands just to fill the slot so we have a rough idea of where to start and hopefully make some easy cuts. I'm going to bet our CMC overall is going to be a relatively low curve. Definitely like any commander that has sub 4 cost. I think that's a great place to start. So realistically, we'll probably be down to 36 lands, I could see. Hey, Destroyer Lax, what is going on? Thank you for popping on in this wonderful morning, fellow EST warrior. But yeah, we are just getting crack-a-lackin'. As you can see, I already somewhat cheated. Because normally I don't look for any cards starting out, but I think Cauldron Haze is criminally underrated in Commander. Especially because Cauldron of Souls is really cool. But it is an artifact that kind of really projects what you're trying to do. Whereas Cauldron Haze, it's an instant, it costs less, and you can use it as kind of a political tool if you want to try to help someone else at the board not die to a board wipe. But since we're going to be in a sacky, aristocratsy type of build, or at least that's what I'm shooting for, this can also give us some extra value because if we exclusively have humans, it negates the downside of persist. But other than that, everything else is completely raw. I just saw that card the other day in general, and I was like, ooh, I kind of want to build Orzhov, and everyone ended up voting for it, so I win. Okay. Cheater. No, not, sort of. Other than that, though, I don't really know where I want to take it, but it seemed too good of a fit to not include. Okay, legal commander, check. Got our color identity set. Oh, and I'm going to start looking at cards that are less than 79 cents. I kind of want to try to build something as robust as possible without hitting 45 if we can help it, and I think setting this filter will be a good way to start. Obviously, Cauldron Haze is like 90 cents, so it's a little over that, but I'm hoping if we can build this really low to the ground and fill out a 100 card deck, we will be able to build off of that and take out worse things, have more budget for better things. So yeah, let us see what we got. Actually, not every card. I want to look for... first I want to look for humans. First the creature type, and then I want to see what also likes humans that's in this budget. Nope, I want CMC. Okay, we don't really want these. I think General's Enforcer is just a no-brainer and a flavor win, so I'm going to definitely put it in. Gives Kudro indestructible, which is nice. Gives us more graveyard hate that can also generate tokens, so duh. That just seems like a no-brainer. General's Enforcer. Okay, so here Precinct 1 was one that I kind of thought of. I don't know how many multicolor spells we're going to have, so I'm going to put that in the maybe board for now. Because that could be really potent if we have a ton. I mean, we already have 2 multicolor spells. So I think we're going to probably include that, but I don't want to be too presumptuous in adding it already. Lieutenant enters battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on each human you control. Whenever another human enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on Thalia's lieutenant. Don't really want to go like super aggro. So we will put that on the maybe board for now. That could be if we're gonna do some sort of counter synergy. Worthy Knight, I don't see us having a lot of knights. Not planning on cycling too much stuff. Devout Chaplain, tap 2 untapped humans you control, exile target artifact or enchantment. That's okay. Dustfang Mentor, no. Elder Cathar, don't think so. Thrabin Doomslayer. 1/1 human creature token. In Faithful Hour, as long as you have 5 or less life, other creatures you control get +2/+2. That could be a decent option. Fortunately, we're not in blue, so we don't have a ton of shenanigans to untap things, but could be a decent option. Whenever Zethrid, Necromancer, or another human creature you control dies, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token. Ooh, I quite like that. Especially because we're going to go for a sacrifice theme. Theoretically, every human turns into 2 creatures. So if we have a really great sack outlet, that's just going to be tons of gas. Zethrid? Zethrid. Necromancer. Has the budget, right? Yep, 45 bucks is what we're going to try to stick to. Normally, my budgets I'll do, it's like, I'll have people vote on it on Instagram, so it's in 4 different brackets. The former lower end was either $100 to $200, so this is definitely way, way under what I usually try to build, at least on stream. I have built a budget deck before off stream, but should be an interesting challenge. Riders of Gavany. Use a creature type. Human creatures you control have protection from the creatures of the chosen type. That could be a maybe. Courageous Outrider seems like kind of a cool way to maybe filter some stuff. But I don't like the fact that it's gonna be 4 mana. Trin Champion of Freedom. I think it's gonna be a decent way to generate tokens, so we'll put that in. Whenever a hoplite enters the battlefield, create a number of 1/1 white human creature tokens equal to your devotion to white. I mean, we're leaning a bit on white, but I don't think that's going to help us too much. Alright, let's just look at some human dies. Let's do TMC. Okay, Doom Traveler I think is gonna be a good choice. Hunted Witness I think will be a good one. Dire Fleet Hoarder is actually great because that gives us a little bit of ramp. Doom Dissenter might be a good choice. Locathar. No, Locathar can't block. I don't love that. Proliferate we don't really care about. Zulaport Cutthroat, absolutely. That's gonna be a big card. Desperate Sentry dice, put a 3/2 colorless, Eldrazi horror creature. 4 more cards. Don't love it. Dutiful Attendant actually might be a good choice because we can get some stuff back from our graveyard. Grim Haruspex. Wow, it's Grim Haruspex is that cheap now? Oh, because it got reprinted in Commander 2019. Whoa, the Ugin's Fate. Oof. Nasty artwork. But yeah, shoutouts to the Commander Precons for keeping good stuff cheap. Vex. Where's that Pontus? How much have you used the budget? I'm not too sure yet. I don't think that much. Yeah, we're up to like 11 bucks. I'm gonna just try to fill as much as I can. Because realistically, if I'm keeping, like, I'm filtering for stuff that's under 79 cents. And I mean, we've already got a bunch of cards that are like 9 cents, 8 cents, 30 cents. So like the only thing that's been close to what our filter's been for is Trin. So my logic at least is if we can somehow fill the deck with things that are somewhat okay and stick under the budget. Once I go through all these kind of filters that I have in my head, and look at the big picture, I can make some more cuts. If we're too close to the budget, try to look at some different things. But I'm gonna, if I had to really guess, I'm gonna say by the end of this, we're gonna hit probably close to like 32 bucks. That's at least the goal. If we can hit like significantly under the budget and have a full commander deck, even if it's not super good, that gives us a lot more room to play with to throw out maybe stuff that isn't as great and spend that extra budget where it counts. So I'm hoping by the end of this we hit 32 bucks. That would be the goal. Where's a Pontiff? When Orzo Pontiff comes into play, or the creature it haunts is put into a graveyard, and haunt is when this card's put into a graveyard from play, remove it from the game haunting target creature. So that could be like a pseudo mini board wipe, but I don't love it. I know the Orza board wipe that has like 5 different options, it's super good. That just got reprinted in Double Masters, and I think it's only like $1 now. I'd much rather have that in this deck. Sacrifice another permanent, transform, Pyrus, Ever Angel. Oh, okay, so this is kind of like another Zulaport Cutthroat. We had to pay 2 and tap it to sack it, but I think given our budget we're looking for, that might have to be what we need to do. I mean, I'd love Blood Artist, but I think that's a bit too expensive. What? Oh, Evangel, excuse me, not Ever Angel. That's not a real thing. Hello. Okay. And now that we've cemented that I don't know how to spell, attacking doesn't cap tap. Interesting that they printed this effect in white. Usually returning stuff to play is there for black. Huh. Or at least in recent memory it's been for black. Once put into graveyard from play, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Don't love that. A Curse Witch could be okay, because we could sack it relatively easily. And then it's also cost reduction, which is great for us, because we're going to need all the help we can get, because we're not in green. And then the beginning edge players upkeep, they lose 1 life, you gain 1 life. I think a Curse Witch might be okay. Oh, and Destroyer, because I know it's your first time to the stream. Once we get like a rough idea, I usually end up playtesting this just by popping it into tapped out and just kind of seeing how the draws go, and somewhat playing a bit of solitaire so we get a rough idea of what we're looking at and make adjustments and changes off of that too. So it's not just a deck list and like, bye, see ya. I try to at least feel it out a bit to see how everything plays to the best of my ability, short of actually being able to play it in a game. But I think that kind of context helps things. Oh, I wish Bazzi's Lieutenant didn't care about counters. That would have been a great choice. Don't care about that. Okay, so Lost Aromancers could actually be a decent choice for us if we... I mean, the Vanishing kind of sucks, but it could be a pseudo tutor if we have an important enchantment we need. I'm going to put that in the maybe board. Lost Aromancers is the name. Whenever another creature you control dies, you may transform, Tharbin Sentry, and just becomes 5/4 trample. Ooh, Bitterheart Witch. Yeah, okay, so this flips into a curse. It's not an actual curse. I don't think that's great. Ooh, Massacre Girl could be a decent board wipe for us. Ooh, and Sir Conrad's that cheap? Dang. Those are going in. Massacre Girl put into the sideboard. Mainly because I don't see us getting a ton of board wipes this cheap, but if we have the budget to play with, that could change. Okay, sacrifice. Let's see what this does. Oh no, the tab from my can broke off on one of my tea. Rip. Action from the color of your choice on the turn. Price my everyone's stream X target cards from a graveyard in a game. I love the art for Priest of Awakening Sun. I wish the card was a bit better, but it's still pretty cool. Okay, not really looking like too much. I'm not sure if Salvage Scout is gonna be. I'll put that over here. Picker Witch, top 2 cards from a library, remove the one from the game. Thought Picker Witch could be okay if we're playing against someone that has tutors that throw stuff at the top, or they're trying to do library manipulation. I think I might put that in, mainly because we need a black 1-drop too for our creatures. Kind of sucks you have to pay 1 for it, but it is what it is. I don't love. I wish Corpse Hauler wasn't that costed. Okay, Magus of the Balance could actually be more decent board control for us too, so I think I might put that in. Interesting they put... why is this not green? I mean, I know some of the spore counter stuff is in Selesnya colors, but still. Spore counter, move 3 spore counters, put a token into play, sacrifice Saprung, you gain 2 life. Don't love it. Ooh, Soldevi Adnate could be... that might be something that might be worth running. We can't really play Bubbling Muck because that's too expensive, so this might be a nice alternative since we want to kill stuff too. Agent of Fate seems cool, but I don't see us targeting our own stuff with anything really. Yeah, because it's only a spell. If it was ability, that could be a different story. Demon's Disciple. Oh, that's just Uzi, what's it? The one from Ravnica. But there's like 8 cards that do that now. Doom Necromancer I think is a good choice. Extricator of Sin. That's a cool name for a card. Eldrazi control a vigilant, sacrifice a non-Eldrazi creature. I don't love that. Ooh, frontline medic could be okay. And if anyone's trying to go huge with an X spell, that could help deal with that. I'm gonna go maybe. Frontline medic. Damn. Guards' Assassin does not seem that great. Overeager Apprentice, that could be some decent ramp. Playcrafter, hey, that's the one I was thinking of that I couldn't think of. I'll save that because I'm going to search for each player sacrifices. Because asynchronous sacrifice, actually that's going to be another. Actually. We're doing mill strategy. Undercity Informer would be pretty cool, but we're not. When Chittering Witch enters the battlefield, create a number of 1/1 black rat creature tokens equal to the number of opponents you have. So it's a 4 CMC, create 4 sack options. That could be interesting. I mean, they're not humans, but they're sack choices. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Titan Hunter might be a nice higher end. Because obviously we're going to keep sacking stuff so we won't have any damage dealt to us. I quite like Titan Hunter. When a selfless champion enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token for each non-token creature you control. That's okay. Sacrifice Magus Mirror. Exchange the life totals with target opponent. Oh. I might have to put that in just for the memes. That's just... The idea of just being able to pull it off is just... It has nothing to do with our strategy or anything. Sure, it sacrifices itself, which could still be helpful, but... that's some Ginyu Force type stuff. Addicted mod can't be blocked by Saprolings. Boy, if that's a card ever made for a limited environment, it's that right there. Okay, so what are we looking at so far for our budget? 14 bucks. That's a great way to start. Okay, what do I want next? Look at each opponent. If only Marty Shadow Spear had haste, but I think that'd be a bit broken then. Ooh. This card seems kind of spicy. Target opponent chooses any number of creatures they control once you tap Oracle on back. During that player's turn, the chosen creatures attack if able, and other creatures can't attack. At the beginning of that turn's end step, destroy each of the chosen creatures that didn't attack this turn. Activate this ability only during your turn. That could be something that's kind of spicy for some... It's almost kind of like a pseudo goad effect. Because you get to pick who it does it to. That could be a thing. I'm gonna butcher the name. Envec. Pay 1 life, each opponent loses 1 life. I don't think there's really... I don't want to have enough mana to the point of where paying that seems reasonable. If... wait, hold on. Edgewalker doesn't affect... it's way too expensive now. Yeah, it only reduces the amount that you have to pay for. I'm kicking myself I didn't pick up this card because it's like... It was like a 90-cent card, now it's like $5. Not that it's that expensive, but... if that affected abilities, so you could just pay 1 life and have everyone lose 1 life, that would be a great win con. Pirate cards you don't care that much about. Tooth Collector. Looking creepy. You're the Monarch. Oh, I wish that gave you Monarch. Then that'd be something worth putting in. Okay, so there's nothing really there. I already looked at dyes, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, I already looked at dyes. Graveyard. Ooh, Arcfiend's Vessel could be decent because we do want to look into some reanimator options, and that'd give us a big old chonky demon. So Arcfiend's Vessel might be nice. And it's a nice 1/1 with lifelink. Not doing a bunch with artifacts, so that's not too relevant for our build. Spurn Mage Advocate. That's a weird card. The art's cool. That's gonna go maybe. I don't know. It's something about that just seems cool to me. For how much effort it takes to make a deck. Yeah, and I mean, I could just as easily like go on EDH rack and just try to sort by budget and just go like boom, 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 boom. But at least half the fun for me, and building a commander deck is just not really. I try to avoid EDH rack unless I'm like trying to remember a card, or if I'm trying to like just fill like 1 or 2 slots and I legit can't think of anything. But building's half the fun for me, and I don't know, it's fun just chilling, hanging out, looking at old cards that I didn't know existed. But yes, it is quite time consuming. Usually for these streams, I usually end up between finishing the build is usually like about like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then I usually do like an hour of playtesting. So usually when it's all said and done, it's like 3 hours of just trying to get something that's somewhat playable. I'm never trying to build something that's perfect, but I'm trying to build stuff that's at least fun to me. So at the end of the day, if it feels nice and is fun, I consider it a huge success. When Pit Keeper enters the battlefield, if you have 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That might be a good option. Because we are aristocrats, so we definitely want to try to end up having stuff in our graveyard eventually. I mean, Tomic's a cool hate bear, but realistically, unless we're playing against Get Rog Monster or anything that wants to put lands in play. Or I guess it does protect us from targeted land removal, but I don't think there's a single meta that exists in Commander right now that heavily cares about that. If we were more of a hate bear deck, I think that would be a good choice, but no. So Agadeem Occultist could be an interesting choice, because let's look at the floor. Excuse me. So if I don't put a single ally in the deck, and that's the only one I have, what are some good 1-drops that we would be able to hit with that? Theoretically speaking. At the end of the day, it's a 0-2 for 3, so it's not super good value, but even if it could sometimes hit something that's equal to or less than, right? Yeah, less than or equal to, so. Less than or equal to 1. Let's look, it's just creatures, right? Yeah, creature card. Creature. Let's see what we hit. And if we do EDH rec, one of the few times I like to look at it. So Birds of Paradise would be cool to hit with this. A Viscera Seer would be cool. Actually, how much is Viscera Seer? $2. That's too much. That'd be too good for us. I mean, we could get some irrelevant ramp. When people play Avacyn's Pilgrim, that could be cool. Deathrite Shaman could be kind of neat. Oh yeah, we hit the ballistas. Royal Druid, Hangerback Walker, Goblin Welder. I think there's a case to be made, because ultimately we're gonna just want bodies to sack anyway. I don't think I have another ally in this. I'm like heavily confident I have another ally. So that might be something I would be worth putting in here. When I'm going to do my cuts though, it's most likely going to be one of the first. But I think there's a decent amount of 1-drops we could potentially hit on a board. That would make it worth it. At least coming from where I'm building right now. Okay, so we're getting some overlap with creatures. Not that that's a bad thing. Ooh, Izareth could be an okay option. Oh, it's only from your graveyard. Gotcha. Magus of the Will is that cheap? I mean, it's expensive to cast, but I'm kind of surprised because a Yawgmoth's Will type effect is really strong. We'll throw Magus of the Will in there. Why not? Yeah, it's still hitting some overlap. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. Ooh, Daring Fiendbonder. That is a great card. Because you just pay two mana, make anything indestructible permanently. That's definitely going in. The Sanctifier of Souls could be... Actually, I want to look into that effect, exiling a card and making a token, because that could be something that's pretty strong. Granted, we're going to be exiling a lot of stuff in graveyards, but that could still be something to help us out pretty decently in the late game. Let's look. Exile token. Ooh, King Makar, the Gold Curse. I always want to make a deck around King Makar. I just think it's such a cool ability. Whenever it becomes untapped, you may exile a target creature. If you do, create a gold token. The Gold Cursed. Okay. So I think human-wise, we're pretty okay. I'm gonna start looking into aristocrat stuff. So sacrifice. How many creatures do we have now? Okay, we have 30, so there's definitely room to make some cuts. We're at 16 bucks. That's a great place to be in. Our curve's actually pretty decent because I wanted to kind of top off towards the 3-drop slot. So I'm actually pretty stoked. But let's look into some non-creatures. Probably gonna be a lot. What? I think I spelled sacrifice wrong. That would make a lot of sense. Creature, not creature. There we go. Okay. Ooh, I want to take lands out of this too because we don't want lands. No lands, no creatures. Not lands, creatures. Excuse me, that you're a land, you should not be getting filtered with this. Come on, Scryfall. Land, not creature. partial type matches. That's probably why it didn't go through. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, let's look at the CMC. So I don't love the fact that you have to pay into sacking something, but Closet Gix is a Cheerio. So that might be, because one thing I really want to be able to do is there's a artifact called Heartstone that reduces everything by 1 for creatures, but it's kind of pricey. Granted, if we could do some janky thing to turn Closet Gix into a creature, basically free sack outlet, but I don't think we're gonna. I think we would have to significantly increase the budget to do that type of a wonky move. Bone Splinters. Bone Splinters new? No, that's not new. Oh, okay. I don't love it. I want to try to focus more on instant speed removal, if I can help it. Sacrifice creature or land, draw a card. That's gonna be a big maybe. Deck looks okay. Yeah, I'm liking how it's shaping up. I think it's still too early to say one way or the other. But yeah, I think I'm liking the direction we're heading. Expedition map, now that it's, how much cheaper is it now? Yeah, 63 cents. Expedition map's definitely going in there. Not really trying to focus on ramp or any mana specific things, but I know I'm gonna want that. Innocent Blood, now that's something I would like to have. It's gonna force everything to get sacked. Especially in the early game, that could be super devastating. Just want to check quick if the food's here. It is here. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break and munch on some breakfast. I'll be right back in like 5 or so minutes, and we'll keep on building Kudro. Alright, I am back. Had my brekkie. Got a nice blueberry tea now. I guess I'm all about the tea this morning. Alright, let's see what we can do for some sack outlets. Omen of the Dead could be okay. Help us filter some stuff. Quest for the Gravelord could be alright, not super great. Quest for the Holy Relic could be cool, but I'm not super leaning on an equipment strategy. If we didn't have a limited budget, I definitely would do like Skull Clamp and just a bunch of great value equipments, but don't think that's gonna happen. Scapegoat sounds kind of interesting because that could be some more board wipe protection, or if we want to do more ETBs for Kudro if someone's doing a huge and graveyard type strategy. Apologies in advance, I'm a little phlegmy after breakfast this morning. Target creature control gets plus until where the star is equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Ooh. That could be good to swing in for a nice dub. I think Spark Harvest would be good to deal with Planeswalkers because we're not going to have a ton of ways to deal with that. Village Rights, huge. That's gonna be a big card for us. Voyager Staff could be something if we want another ETB effect, but that's a big maybe. Witch's Oven could be a decent sack outlet. I want to look at something really quick. How much is Draw Scorpion? Not that I'm the biggest fan of infinite combos, but I wonder if there's a way we could abuse Draw Scorpion with Witch's Oven. So we sack, or we tap Witch's Oven, Draw Scorpion, dies. Granted, we're not gonna have a lot of hello. Not gonna have a lot of other artifact creatures, but could be a decent way to option. Let me put that in the maybe board to look into, which is Oven, Dross, Scorpion. Deck's looking good. Thanks. Ultras Reap, more sacking for card draw. I I don't love that though. Bankrupt and Blood I like a bit more because we get to draw 3 cards. Non-creature spells you play cost 2 less to play. Whenever you play a non-creature spell, counter that spell unless you sacrifice a creature. Seems kind of janky. I like it. Should probably put it in the maybe board, but heck it. Final payment could be okay. I don't love it, love it. Ooh, hidden stockpile would actually be really nice. Is it for each? Okay, it's only one at the end of the end step, that's fine. And also can sack stuff. I don't love the jinxed artifacts. Mire and Misery, you used to be the best until Feed the Swarm came out. Which actually I definitely has to come in here. Feed the Swarm? Is that what it's called? Summon the Swarm. Yeah, Feed the Swarm. I was right. Because that has to be like, what, like a 10-cent card? 50 cents, okay. Well, it's definitely going to go down. Budget, we have a cap of 45 bucks. I have it just over here in the notepad. But as far as we're at now, let's see. 20 bucks. Pretty happy with that. And we're at 80 cards. Did I read that right? 81. Okay. I'm okay with that. So far, not seeing too much in the way of good. Ooh, etchings of the chosen. This could be something. Can help out our humans and also help give things indestructible. I like that. Match battle, sacrifice Hecatomb unless you sacrifice 4 creatures. Tap and untap swamp you control. 1 damage to any target. I'm cursed, I only go against Uro players. Big F's to that. Uro is not fun. Kaya's Guile is that cheap? That's a pretty good card. That's definitely going in. Omen of the Sun, 2 white humans, definitely. Do I want to put Farika's Libation in there too? I mean, it's instant speed, but they get to pick what they sacrifice. Yeah, I think that's decent removal. Wait. Oh, Libation, not Oblation. Ooh, wait, how much is Oubliette? I know it got cheaper with Double Masters, but how much? Oh, it's $2 still. That's a bit pricey. Whenever a creature you control dies, sacrifice Promise of Boon Ray. If you do, create 4 1/1 colorless spirit creature tokens. Colorless spirit? Oh. I don't know, kind of doesn't really do much outside of that, so I'm not the biggest fan. Soul Shatter is a really good card. Again, I mean, they don't get really picky either, which is not the end of the world. And it sacrifices, which gets around indestructible, which is always nice. Ooh. This doesn't seem that bad. I mean, granted, you do only get one color, but you could tap it and then sack it to get a little bit of ramp. Are there more of these? Color. Nope. Let's go to artifacts. Bloop. How much is Skull of Ramos? Okay, Skull of Ramos is considerably more. That makes sense. I mean, it's kind of almost functionally a cultivate for one turn. Because you're paying 3 mana, you can tap it immediately and then sack it to get 1. I'm gonna put those in the maybe board. Actually, I kind of like Tooth of Ramos for my Tashar Artifacts deck, because I could abuse the heck out of that. Or some would abuse the heck out of it. Granted, there's going to be a lot better options, but on a budget, the white one at least could be pretty decent. Bonus Hunger has really nice high end. Though we are sacrificing stuff, so I don't know how frequently we're going to be hitting Ascent, but I'll still put it in. Bonus Hunger, that's what it's called. Wow, right? Yeah, I feel like those are some decent artifacts. Again, it's not great, but I think for a budget it could be okay. Vertices or maneuver. Turn a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, then another creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Blood for Bones might be okay. We'll put that over here. Ooh, Damping Engine could be a decent Staxy control piece. How's the ruling on that work? Can you sacrifice it at any time? Oh, okay, and they already haven't sacrificed a permanent to end the effect this turn. Dang, that stinks. I was hoping that could be a way we could just keep sacrificing stuff over and over again. For shame. When Death Pit Offering comes into play, sacrifice all creatures you control. Creatures you control with +2/+2. Does not seem that great. I mean, I guess if we did that with Cauldron Haze, it could be okay, but is it really worth sacking everything to bring it back for its 6 mana? And just to give them all 2/2? I don't think so. Beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices a non-land, non-token permanent. If that player can't, they discard a card, lose 2 life, you draw a card, you gain 2 life, you create a 2/2 white knight creature token with vigilance, then you sacrifice Doom Foretold. So it's basically 4 mana, everybody has to sacrifice a non-land, non-token permanent, so that means creatures, artifact, or enchantment. That could be pretty interesting for us. If Dread Return was 2 or less, I'd probably like it a bit more, but we're kind of keeping our curve around at 3, so I don't think that's going to give us too much of good value. Ill-Gotten Inheritance can be kind of sneaky, but I'd rather something else for that. Whenever a permanent other than Last Laugh is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, Last Laugh deals 1 damage to each creature and each player. Last Laugh. When there's no creatures in the battlefield, sacrifice Last Laugh. That seems kind of like a fun, chaosy option. And I mean, if Kudro's out, we do get immune to the effect. I think Last Laugh would be good to put in if we're able to get all of the Blood Artist type effects, because then we can just stack it out of control and really deal some damage to our opponents. But if we don't have the budget for that, I don't know. Measure of Wickedness. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice Measure of Wickedness and you lose 8 life. Whenever another card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, target opponent gains control of Measure of Wickedness. That could be something kind of spicy to wallop someone out of nowhere. I'll throw it in. Just to see. You know, as a little treat. Okay, close to the end of this, which is good. The Pestilence seems okay. Reprocess. Sacrifice any number of artifacts, creatures, and or lands. Draw a card for each permanent sacrifice this way. that could be a great way to cash in some tokens. Writes a Bells and Lock. Gives us a bunch of cleric tokens. That's not... I don't love that for us too much, I don't think. So Fraying Omnipotence could be, oh, what's that card from Hour of Devastation? That's gonna bug the hell out of me. Oh. So on Bolas and it's black. I'm gonna find it in like 0.2 seconds, but that's gonna really bug me. Price USD. Torment of Hailfire. Yeah, so that could kind of be like our pseudo Torment of Hailfire. Because, I mean, they don't get to choose. Granted, we end up losing half our life. We discard half the cards in our hand, and then we sacrifice half the creatures, but... I think that kind of fills the same role of what Torment of Hailfire would do, but obviously Torment of Hailfire is like, what, 10 bucks? Yeah, it's like $8.30. So I think I like Fraying Omniscience for that. Fraying Omniscience or Fraying Omnipotence? Excuse me. When a creature comes into play, sacrifice Monkey Cage and put into play a number of 2/2 green ape creature tokens equal to that creature's converted mana cost. I don't love it. Single combat's actually a pretty good board wipe for us because we get to sacrifice a bunch of stuff. Eldest Reborn I don't hate, but it's kind of slow. And I think we're gonna have enough budget to get something better. Oh, this is a new track. Kind of funky. Okay. So what are we at now that we went through that? 92 cards. Okay. And we're at 24 bucks. All right, so we're pretty close to well under what I wanted to hit as far as creature total and cost. So that's cool. I want to look at some token generation and then some group sacrifice effects, and then I think I'll be good to try to make, hopefully get over 100 cards by then so we can make some cuts. Cut it down to like 90 or so, and then use our extra budget and put it to good use. Unfortunately, as much as I'd love to put some better aristocracy type options, I think a majority of our extra budget's gonna go towards mana fixing and land base. But I could be wrong. Okay, let's go back all the way back. Create token. Creature, not land, is not. Beckon Apparition could be kind of an okay card, actually. Done? No, not yet. I want to go through just kind of these last 2 points that I had in my head, and then I'm going to see where we stand, make some cuts, and then hopefully use the rest of our budget to good use to pump up the power a bit. But I'd say we're like 2/3 of the way there, at least till we get to the playtesting part. Exile target card from graveyard. Actually, I think I like Fungal Infection a bit more, because we're going to need some creature removal type stuff. Fungal Infection. Ooh, Spoils of Blood could actually be a really good card for us. Because we're going to want a lot of creatures to die, and this could make something that could help us end out the game post-board wipe. So I really like Spoils of Blood. I bet the token looks rad too. I want to see what it looks like. Oh, it does not look cool. Man, the art... You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. That looks so much cooler. Nothing against Jason Felix, but that looks nothing like I was expecting to see that, because that just looks metal as hell. Instead we get schloopy gloopy skullhead horror. How disappointing. Disappointed. I still think that'll be a good card for us though. There's also that vampire that when it comes in it gets +1/+1 counter on it for each creature that died. What's that called? Vampire. It has flash, so this should be easy to see. Hey, it's the only one. Blood Crazed Paladin. 26 cents. Love to see it. Yeah, so when Blood Crazed Paladin enters the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it for each creature that died this turn. So it's functionally the same thing as Spoils of Blood, but it's on a creature. So granted it's one more, but I think this would still be worth putting in. Historic. Yeah, I've wanted to make a historic sacrifice deck that's based around that vampire. New Angelic Ascension's actually going to be a good budget option for us, because we can get a flyer that we don't have if we want to use it on ourselves, or Probably one of the few ways for what we can afford to actually exile creatures or a planeswalker. Granted, they get a 4/4 token, which kind of sucks, but for this kind of budget, I don't think we're going to have many options that are better. Call the Bloodline. We don't want to discard. That's not great. Gather the townsfolk. Put 2/1/1 white human creature tokens onto the battlefield. And if you have 5 or less life, put 5 of those tokens. That could be pretty decent. Ooh, murder investigation could be pretty good too. Especially if you have some of those pump spells. Trying to Loyal Legions, that's such cool artwork. At the beginning of your upkeep, or whenever you cast a white spell, put a charge counter on Shrine of Loyal Legions. That could be a good way to get a bunch of tokens out. What set is this? New Phyrexia. Then there's Auric. No, can I just search for Shrine? Yeah, keep away from black spell. Discards a card. I don't really like that much because that's too expensive. Yeah, I think Shrine of Loyal Legions could be good because we have a lot of white. Loyal. Fun fact, the strongest beer in the world has a 67.5% alcohol content. Dice Master, how's it going? That sounds like that would probably kill someone if I had to guess. That's quite a bit. Okay, Breath of Meletus is going to be good for us. It creates a token that sacks for us. We can search for a plains. Well, actually, that's a maybe. Meletus. Bastion Remembrance. I was hoping this was going to be this cheap, so that makes me very happy. Because it gives us a human for free. Basically, Blood Artist on an enchantment, which is also great because it's harder to remove. Flavor Wind because it's part of the same set as Kudro. Bada bing, bada boom. Ooh, so Desecrated Tomb could be... decent us. When it leaves, though. You create one bat token. Oh, each time the ability triggers no matter how cards left your graveyard. Never mind. Thought it was for each. That would have been a lot better. Druidic Satchel actually would be probably one of the few ways we could ramp. So that's going in. How is Matt? I'm doing well. Having a great Sunday morning. How about yourself? We're pretty close to having a rough first draft of this going, but we have a lot of budget left over. But I'm just looking for some token generation stuff and then some mass sacrifice, and then I'm gonna call the first draft ready for some cuts. Then I think we're gonna have like almost 20 extra bucks to play with, which is way more than I was expecting. Just got home from a run. Nice. Hope you had a good cardio time. Rally for the throne could be okay. I don't love it though. Actually, it does make humans though. 2 hours and 40 minutes. Nice. That is a chonky run. Big old chonky run. Slayer's plate would be cool if it didn't have an equip cost of 3. I'm not really focusing on that for this anyway. Call to the Feast was an instant, I'd maybe consider it, but I don't love it. Change creature gains 2/2 and first strike, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to player, create a 1/1 human soldier creature token. So commanding presence could actually be okay. Man, I'm probably the most active and healthy person you'll ever meet. Yeah, I don't doubt that if you're taking a almost 3-hour run on a Sunday morning. I'm guessing. Yeah, it must be earlier over there. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to challenge that. If we had... I wish Awaken the Erstwhile was opponents you control and you create the tokens. But I think that'd be kind of busted if that were the case. I run every morning. Some days it's for 1 hour. Sometimes it's 6 hours. Oof. That's a lot of hoof in it. But good for you. That's definitely a great way to stay sane, especially in this year. Ethereal Absolution could be okay for like a top end because it buffs our stuff more. Makes everything else stink. Could give some more sacrifice creatures. Let's give that a shot. Absolution. Ooh, Infernal Genesis. I mean, I guess that would kind of suck that it's for them, but then that's more stuff we could hit. Is there a token for these? No, of course there's not. That seems like it could be cool. Ooh, actually Necromancer's Covenant would work with Sir Gwyn, right? Or Sir Conrad, rather. Yeah. Or a creature card that leaves your graveyard. So theoretically, say we have 10 cards in the graveyard and Sir Conrad's out. Play Necromancer's Covenant. Exile all creature cards from our graveyard, dealing 10 damage to each opponent, and then we get 10 more sack outlets. That seems way better. I like that more than Infernal Genesis. Set the goal for myself back in 2015 to walk across America coast to coast, downtown Seattle to downtown Miami. Damn, that would be sick. That'd be quite the challenge though, but that would be cool to accomplish. Necromancer's Covenant. Okay. So token shenanigans I think we have covered. Then I just want to look at sacrifice board wipes. Sacrifice all. We don't want creatures. Yeah, I'm predicting it'll take about 6 to 8 months. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big commitment. But that'd be so much fun. Get to see all that stuff. Actually, Tormod's Crypt could be a good way for us to activate Conrad. I like that. Okay, we already saw a bunch of these. Yeah, I already saw all this. Gain life equal to total life lost by all players this turn. Seems pretty good with Exquisite Blood, but we do not have the budget for Exquisite Blood for this deck. Okay. Alright, I think we hit the broad strokes for what I want for the first round. Oh, nice, and we're at $27. $27 dues. Silence? Let's can't cast spells this turn. It's $5. That's a little pricey. That might be a maybe. Put that on the maybe board just to see where we get to, because there's a lot of sack outlets that I want to put in, because that's where we're kind of lacking, and I kind of want to trim and use the extra budget for mana and land base. Oh, never mind. Spiked recently then. Yeah, I think it did. But yeah, this is close to our first rough draft. I'm going to take a quick break because it's been another hour, and when I come back, we'll make some cuts. Hopefully have a bunch of extra budget to get some upgrades and other things. But so far, I'm kind of liking how everything is shaping up. Probably cut down some creatures and stuff, but yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright, I have returned. Mana Tithe. Yeah, Mana Tithe might be a decent option to include too. I'll put that in the maybe board. And there's another one that puts it on top of your library, but I think I like Mana Tithe a bit more. Okay. I really like the generic name it gave me. Strawberry Poached Jank. 31. 31 varieties of Strawberry Poached Jank. Okay, let's... I was gonna say, Mana Tithe is... There's no way Mana Tithe is $6. It just, came out in, Mystery Booster. Yeah, 114. That makes... Oh, because that's the... Ooh. Player Awards art. That looks so cool. Welcome back. Thank you. Okay. So, let me open that. Okay. So we're at 106 total. I'm gonna look at the higher end of our non-creature curve first. I do like reprocess for drawing cards. I guess Fraying Omnipotence isn't amazing because it hits us pretty badly too. Single combat I still like as a board wipe because we have to sacrifice all of our stuff. I guess if I had to keep Spark Harvest or Innocent Blood, I like Innocent Blood a bit more. So let's get rid of Spark Harvest. Highest converted mana costs among creatures, planeswalkers they control. I think Soul Shatter will be decent because it's instant speed and can hit planeswalkers. Not really a ton of decks outside of Super Friends that run multiple planeswalkers, so I think that might be a better choice. Rally for the Throne I don't love. Cauldron Haze can help us keep our stuff alive. Soul Shriek I think I'll get rid of. Okay. Necromancer's Covenant's great with Sir Gwyn. And it's also just good for us to put a bunch of sack targets on the board. Ethereal Absolution can pump and exile stuff, but Kudro can exile stuff out of the graveyard too, so I think Absolution's going to be the one to go. Measure of Wickedness is too much of a meme. Doom Foretold I think will be pretty great. Omen of the Sun gives us creatures, which is nice. Etchings of the Chosen can give stuff indestructible, which is cool. Commanding Presence can generate us tokens, which is cool. But it does cost 4. I think Commanding Presence is gonna go. Sounds like there's some mowing going on outside, so apologies if that gets picked up, but shouldn't really be a problem. Murder investigation, I think will be cool. Hidden stockpile's cool. Blood funnel's a little bit of a meme, but it can help us sack things. Yeah, because theoretically, if we got blood funnel out, a turn 3 Doom Foretold could actually be pretty strong. Turn 4 Necromancer's Covenant. Well, actually, that's not going to be that big. The blood funnel remains to be seen, but I'm going to keep it for now. Could play Shrine of Loyal Legions for free, which is cool. Expedition map for free. That's pretty cool. Okay. Magus of the Mirror is a huge meme, but I just love the idea of Captain Ginyuing someone and swapping bodies, as it were, so I might want to keep it. Though there is actually, I have the physical card of it right here. There's that white enchantment that does the same thing. Access of Mortality. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may have 2 target players exchange life totals. But that also does... Actually, costs the same. Maybe I like Access of Mortality a little bit more, because I could have it between 2 different players if I wanted someone else to die really quickly. Either way, I think Magus the Mirror has to go. Too memey, unfortunately. Titan Hunter is great for us. Don't really want to get rid of that. Trin helps create tokens for us. Well, on its face, it's not too amazing. I think that might help us out. Chittering Witch is technically 4 mana for 4 bodies to sack. That's not too bad. Accursed Witch can help. Okay. Alright, that just comes another Blood Artist for us, which is cool. And it's nice that you could actually sacrifice another permanent, so I could even get rid of a land if I wanted to. Not that I think I would, but the option's there, which is cool. Grim Haruspex. Even though I tried to make a case for Agadeem Occultist earlier, seeing as there's lots of great 1-drops and less that we could take, I don't think that's gonna do us many favors. Okay, I kind of like the rest of what we have. So what's our card count looking like now? $97 total for 25 bucks. We got 20 bucks free, which is amazing. Herb's looking more like 2 now, which I honestly don't hate. Okay, we have 28 creatures, which I think for an Aristocrats deck is a decent number. I'm definitely going to want some better creatures though, so I'm going to cut... We have a lot of 3-drops. I'm going to cut 2 3-drops, I think. Let's see, if I was to cut... Beautiful Attendant is just worse. Doom Necromancer, so that's gonna go away. I don't really want Overeager Apprentice because I don't really want to discard anything. Let's even get rid of one more. I think that should be good for now. Okay, so we have a good amount of money to play with. And also we have 5 cards to add. How much is Blood Artist now? Because I really just want Blood Artist in here. Matt, I have a strange request. Yeah, what's up? Jumpstart. $2 is within our range, so that's pretty good. Rifle. Oh, I don't want Blood Artist, I just want another creature dying. Whoop. Can you please transfer me some heat? I'm cold. Here's all the heat I can try to give through the power of the internet. Unfortunately, it's a very chilly... How cold is it today? Before I dox myself. Weather. Underground. Yeah, it's 56 with a high of 59. So, not as bad as it was yesterday, but it was cold last night. Yeah, and the low tonight's going to be in the 30s. Man, so the low's going to be in the 30s, and then Thursday it's going to be almost 80. Weather, what are you doing? Make up your mind if it's fall so I can take the ACs out of the window, please and thanks. Okay, so Falconwrath Noble is definitely going to be an include because it fits our budget. Can I replace a 4-drop with it? Because I was not anticipating that. I think that could replace King Makar, because King Makar is cool, but it's not going to be huge benefit. Falcon. Okay, done editing. Okay, what's a 2-drop we could put in instead? I think Soul Devi. Well, I mean, the most Soul Dev you can get us is 5 mana, and realistically, I don't want to sack these. And there's not really much here I'd want to sack either to make it worth it, so I think Soul Devi's gonna go for Blood Artist. So yeah, Nate, for Blood Artist. Blood Artist. Okay, what else is here? Death of 1,000 Stings, that's some damn cool artwork. Just pass this curse. No, that's okay. Alright, let's look at... Didn't Ashnod's get super expensive now? Ashnod's altar. Yeah, it's like $7. What about Skull Clamp? Skull Clamp is $3.91. That's something I could see being worth including, because we can just get insane amounts of card draw. And I think after that, the remaining $15 we're gonna have is gonna have to go to lands and artifact ramp. Let's see. Skull Clamp. Okay. I have 4 slots left, so here at Precinct 1, how many multicolors do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, here at Precinct 1 is definitely not worth it. Bye. Thalia's Lieutenant. What are you again? 1/1 counter on each other human you control. Whenever another human enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on Thalia's Lieutenant. Don't hate it, don't love it, don't really need it. Riders of Gavany. Human creatures gain protection. Don't really care that much. Courageous Outrider. Look at the top 4 cards. You may reveal a human card and put the rest in your hands. That is some decent filtering, but that's about it. When Lost Auromance is put into a graveyard from play, if it had no time counters on it, you may search your library for an enchantment card and put it into play. If you do, shuffle your library. So what enchantments could we hit with that? That would be worth it, because it's essentially a tutor, and I think we have 1 or 2 kind of important. Necromancer's Covenant is going to be a huge enchantment in this, especially if we get Sir Gwyn out. So that would be worth hitting. So hypothetically speaking, we get this out turn 4, turn 5, turn 6. Turn 7 we get to tutor something. So what would be useful to have on turn 7? I guess getting Bastion out if we don't have it is kind of huge, because that's going to be our only option non-creature wise for our Aristocrats strategy. Hidden Stockpile is also a decent. Blood Funnel could reduce some costs for us, which is cool. Omen of the Dead. Okay. I think Lost Auramancers is going to be worth putting in this to act as a pseudo tutor. Or I'm at least willing to try it out, and we'll see how it goes. Okay. Massacre Girl could be pretty huge for us. She could just be a great board wipe. And we get Indestructible from General's Enforcer for Kudro, so Kudro wouldn't die, which is pretty cool. And Massacre Girl actually wouldn't die either. So by the end of it, we'd get a 4/4 menace. Big energy indeed. I don't like it more than Sir Conrad or Titan Hunter. I'm gonna come back to Massacre Girl. Target artifact from your graveyard to your hands. I think I like Salvage Scout more. We don't have a ton of artifacts, do we? Yeah, I mean, we could get Tormod's crypt back. But that's kind of more so for Sir Conrad. Could get Shrine of Loyal Legions back, which could be helpful. Okay. Doom Traveler creates a spirit. Hunted Witness creates a soldier. I definitely like Salvage Scout a bit more than Doom or the Hunted Witness because the token gets flying with Doom Traveler. So let's do Salvage Scout. Frontline Medic. Oh yeah, that's the one you can sacrifice and counter stuff. That's okay. Spurn Mage Advocate. What are you again? Oh wait, didn't I already put this in the deck? No, I didn't. Okay. Return 2 target cards from an opponent's graveyard to his or her hand. Destroy target attacking creature. I don't love that. We have the OG Dredge, which is sacrifice creature or land, draw a card. No. Alright, Witch's Oven and draw Scorpion. I don't think we have any way to really abuse that, so I'm gonna say no. Tooth of Ramos. Somewhat of a way to ramp in white, but I don't think I'm gonna love that enough. Blood for Bones is the sack 2 and draw 3. Don't love it. Last Laugh. Now what is this one again? Whenever a permanent other than Last Laugh is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, deals 1 damage to each creature and each player. When there are no creatures on the battlefield, sacrifice Last Laugh. I mean, that could get pretty dicey, and I guess it's a pseudo... It's kind of pseudo Massacre Girl, because it's going to just deal damage to everything. Including players. I think I like Last Laugh more than Massacre Girl, because we could also tutor for that with our Lost Aromancers. So I'm going to put Last Laugh in. Last. I'm gonna switch up the music a little bit. Let's Birth of Meletus, that does help us mana fix and it gives us a token to sack. Mana Tithe I'm gonna put in. Mana Tithe. Birth of Meletus, no. Remove. What? Can you let me remove, please? Okay. We'll do that then. Okay, we're up to 33. So let me get a refresher on all of the artifacts. and artifacts. Okay, Soul Ring, Arcane Signet, duh. Actually, let's fix the lands first, then we'll worry about the artifacts. I think in this deck we could probably easily go down to 36 lands. Let's go to... Oh. I want Typeline. Land. And is land not basic? Periphery nodes. Hello, hey, Go Tribal, what's going on? Thanks for popping on in. Periphery nodes. I kind of like that. That might be maybe to look into once the dust is settled for our lands. But yeah, thanks for stopping in, Goat Tribal. We're decently far along with the list. I have a rough list set up. Now I'm kind of just looking through the land base. We have like $10 left to play with because our budget is $45. Profane Profession. What? It's not basic. Gets around Hexproof and Shroud. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. They do have to sacrifice it. I mean, I have a lot of sac effects in here. But for a 1-drop, that could be good to put down pretty early. Legal Commander. Search. Okay, what am I missing? Why is it looking for... Basic. I do not want basic. Oh, because I'm picking colors, not identity. Hello. That makes sense. Is Playcrafter in yet? No, I don't think I actually put Playcrafter in. I saw a different one earlier. I put that in those two. Playcrafter. Because I do want to look at those types of effects. I have some decent board wipe-ish options and like sacrifice all options, but they're mostly non-creatures. Okay. Let's do... Might as well do price. We can't afford that much. That's expensive. And Sorba says choose no target. Yeah. I'll take a peek. See if we can squeeze that in after I look at the lands, which we're not gonna have a ton of options, I don't think. How much is Agadeem's Awakening? It's $11. No. That's a bit too much. With $10 you can add Soul Ring. Yeah, Soul Ring is gonna go in. What? Hello. Arcane Signet I want to put in. Orzhov Signet I want to put in. And then there's a Talisman of Hierarchy I definitely want to put in. Can't you sort prices by lower to highest? Yeah, I can. I'm just more or less curious on the higher end what we could fit in. Like Fabled Passage would actually be pretty decent for $5, but I want that to be kind of the top end. Fabled Passage. Unfettered Heath just got a reprint, so this is pretty cheap now for $4. Unfettered Heath. We're not doing any blink stuff, so I don't think that's gonna help. Isolated Chapel could be good. Isolated Chapel. We don't have a ton of enchantments, so I don't think Helios Generosity is gonna help us too much. Ancient Ziggurat's actually going to be a huge benefit for us. And now we're over. Yeah, I'm just putting stuff in the maybe board. I'm not immediately throwing all these in. I just want to see what our options are. Get a good group to go through. Lotus Field might be one of the only few ways we can try to ramp. Yeah, I just want to try to get a pool of stuff to look at. I know we're not going to be able to afford half of these, but... how much is this terrain generator? Okay, I think terrain generator might be good, because that's another way we can try to ramp. Terrain generator. Black creature card in your graveyard. That's okay. Path of Ancestry is going to actually be really potentially a nice option. Because we're somewhat human tribal. Mostly human tribal. And then what is... How much is Legion's Landing? That's actually pretty good because we get a token that we can sack. We're going to be attacking with stuff now and again, so if we flip it we get another land. That can also make them... I kind of like Legion's Landing. That might be an option too. That's not really technically a land, but... Concealed Courtyard, yes. Concealed. But yeah, I also like going this way because it sort of somewhat filters out all the tap lands. And I just personally hate playing tap lands. So I like going from top to bottom versus from bottom to top. Cathedral War I don't care about. That's being staged. Nope. Unclaimed Territory would be nice. Unclaimed Territory. MTG bot, what are you doing? But yeah, I'm pretty sure Legion's Landing was like $2? $2.50? $2.66. Well, at least it's able to find the card. Okay, that's good news. Let's get you out of here. Okay, Zakoilos, definitely. Command Tower, absolutely. I don't love Myriad Landscape, so I probably won't include it. Field of Ruin would be nice for utility lands. Let's do Evolving Wild and Terramorphic Expanse. As we'll definitely need those. Temple of the False God could be okay, but kind of sucks. Emergence Zone could be something nice for utility. Or is a Basilica? I don't mind because that's somewhat a tap land, but not really. Blast Zone. Seeing as we're in white and black, I feel like there's probably some better board wipes or board wipe style cards that we could include. But I'll throw it in there as a maybe, just to see. Okay. So now the question is, down to 97. I definitely need Soul Ring. I definitely need Arcane Signet. I definitely need Orzhov Signet. So. Oh, okay. You can move these. That's actually super convenient. Move to non-lands. Move to non-lands. Actually, I want to put the Talisman in too, so let's move this to non-lands and get rid of the 2-drop. Well, actually, let's see where we're at right now. Okay, 41. Big oof. Big oofy indeed. I guess Skull Clamp's nice, but I don't need it. And if I had to pick between that and Arcane Signet, I would definitely want Arcane Signet. So we do have plenty of sack outlets. So Skull Clamp, unfortunately, press F to pay respects, is not going to be in the deck. And now if we go to look, we have 37 bucks to play with. Before I, oh. Two or more creatures are tied for the least power. You choose one of them. No creatures are in play. Sacrifice before feed nodes. Okay, what would I take out for that? If we go down to our enchantments, how are we looking? I guess we can kind of infinitely keep it going with Hidden Stockpile too. Because if we target our own thing, it'll make a servo, can target it again. Blood Funnel is a huge meme. I'm not leaving that in there. That's just... I can see that screwing us more than being a benefit. And Periphery Nodes has upside. Playcrafter. That's right, I wanted to look up the Playcrafter and the effects. So Demon's Disciple is kind of a worse version of Playcrafter. Abyssal Gatekeeper would actually be decent, and it's not that much more expensive. Let's go CMC. So I know there's like Fleshbag Marauder. Yeah, that's a 3-1, so that's not as good. Merciless Execution is a 3-1, that's not as good. Playcrafter is a 3-2. Alright, so Playcrafter is definitely the best out of those. So what do I replace for Playcrafter? Go to our 3-drops. Yeah, our curve is still heavily on 2. I guess Magus of the Will. I mean, even though the ability is really strong, we don't have a way to give it haste. So the fact that we're going to have to wait a whole turn cycle and hope that this survives somehow. I'd rather have Playcrafter with the ETB. Which can also hit Planeswalkers, which I actually forgot about. Yeah, so I think Magus of the Will is going to go. I'm going to go for Playcrafter. Let's remove you, and then Abyssal Gatekeeper. What's a 2-drop I could replace? Dire Fleet Hoarder kind of ramps us, so I don't really want to get rid of it. But at the end of the day, Abyssal Gatekeeper would just continue sacking things, which is always nice. Yeah, I think I'll get rid of Hoarder. Or Fleet Hoarder. Or Abyssal Gatekeeper. Okay. Okay, so we're at 39, so we have almost exactly $5 to get some lands in there. So if Legion's Landing is the $2.99, everything here is basically cheaper. How much is Ores of Basilica? This should be really cheap. 18 cents, perfect. Let's move you over to lands. Emergent Zone. Flash is always good when you need it, and it doesn't come in tapped. 20 cents. Move this to lands. I want to put those in, but I still kind of want to see what we can sneak in for these. It's a buck. Okay, Command Tower. You're going to get moved to lands. Azokoilos. Hope you're not much more expensive. Oh, you're cheaper even. Perfect. You're getting moved to lands. Unclaimed territory. How much do you cost? You are a buck. How much is Concealed Courtyard? Because I'd rather have you. It's 244. Okay, that's a big bump up. Unclaimed territory, you're going to get moved to lands. Terramorphic Expanse, you're going to get moved. Oh, moved to non-lands. Whoop. Move you to lands. Move to lands. Okay, what are we at now if I go down to 7? So what if we go to 29? Oof. Alright, we're right under what we need to be at. I wouldn't mind bumping the lands up to 37 and also getting rid of something that's a bit pricier so we get more room to play with. So what's the most expensive card we have? It's basically, well, Kudro is technically the most expensive card we have, but I think Blood Artist is too important to keep. And if I could free up Arcane Signet, but Arcane Signet does tap for anything, even though it does cost 2. What do you guys think? Do you think I should cut Arcane Signet to try to cram in some more? Oh, to try to cram in some more multicolor lands, because I could probably fit. If I had to guess, I could probably fit in like 3 or more non-basic lands. 3 or 4 more, rather, non-basic lands if I cut Arcane Signet. But turn 1 Soul Ring into Signet could be a huge play, but granted that's only 2 cards out of 100, so how often would we actually have that happen? I'm kind of leaning on cutting it, but I don't really know. Because Talisman fits the same slot. Realistically. Yeah, I think I'm cutting Arcane Signet and I'm going to try to cram in some more lands. You fit a temple in? I probably can. I want to try to avoid putting in tap lands if at all possible, just for personal preference. But I think if I could fit just 1 temple in, it wouldn't be the end of the world. So I'm gonna cut Arcane Signet. Whoa. We're gonna add this to 30, so we have 37 lands. And then how much money do we have? All right, so we have $5 to play with still. How much is Path of Ancestry? It's 286 and it enters tapped, so I don't think that's gonna be what we want. Obviously the biggest problem we're gonna have is ramp. That's almost all of our budget that's left though. But I mean, if we were running a lot of basics, it would be only upside. But how often would we draw into this? I'm thinking I might have to put in a few tap lands. Blast Zone's gonna be too expensive. Field of Ruin, how much are you? Because Field of Ruin's kind of nice because we can use this to remove one of their lands. Not that I'm going to expect this deck to go up against Gaia's Cradle, but if they were, we could also mana fix with this, which is something not to be ignored, and it doesn't come in tapped, and it's 35 cents. Alright, Field of Ruin is going in. Move to lands. I swore Ancient Ziggurat got a lot cheaper because they just reprinted it. It's $4.77. Okay, that's not that much cheaper. What about Silent Clearing? That's still $4. That's such a nice land though. Okay, Lotus Field, I'm pretty sure is still like $5. 385, that's under, and functionally ramp, but not really worth it. Legion's Landing is going to be too much. Is Isolated Chapel cheap enough? No, it's still $5. Fetid Heath we're definitely not going to be able to fit in, I don't think, because I don't think it's cheap enough, even though it just got reprinted. Yeah, still $4. Okay. So it's looking like I'm gonna have to put in cheaper tap lands. But we'll keep that in there for now. Okay, so we have $4 to play with. Oh, I forgot to take out a land. Whoopsie. 29. Oop. Oh. Okay, let us search for tap lands. Out. And basic, we don't, well actually, that's not gonna come up. Base USD, ascending. Okay, don't really want Scoured Barrens. Oh, I put Evolving Wilds in already, right? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, Evolving Wild and Terramorphic Expanse. That's not the Terramorphic Expanse I want to use. I don't care about the... How much is Terramorphic Expanse? Because you might actually have... You might actually have more money to... Yeah, Terramorphic Expanse is like 40-cent card. I don't care about the Jumpstart one. That's kind of annoying. It always does the most common one. In that case, then we can definitely fit Concealed Courtyard. Because how much is Concealed Courtyard? I believe this was 210. Oh no, it's 244. That's so annoying. Can I not pick a printing? Can I do C19? Oh, specify printing. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. So what are we at now? Okay. Much better. I actually didn't know we could specify printing. Now I kind of want to go back through all my decks and fix that. The Concealed Courtyard, you're definitely going in. 28. Actually, I kind of want to go through and... I'm going to try to do that really quick because since we're in a budget, I really want to try to squeeze out as much as possible. The affordability of this. Because even if we can shave a few cents off, it'll be worth it in the end. Okay, Jumpstart's the cheapest by a landslide. I mean, granted, I don't think this is going to end up saving us too much, because I think it automatically went to the cheapest for each. Other than that, but we'll see. 32 is the cheapest. Wait, what was the printing on that? Oh, time spiral, okay. Okay. Apologies for doing this now, but like I said, I think this is going to actually shave off quite a bit of money for us. Especially if they just happen to pick super expensive printings. Oh boy, still got a ways to go. Oof. All right, almost at the home stretch. Sure, I think Eternal Masters would work. All right, so it was 38. Let's see how much this ended up saving us. It didn't save us anything. Cool. Well, what didn't save it? Oh, because I put Concealed Courtyard in, that's probably why. Because there's nothing else that's like super expensive, right? Yeah, Soul Ring is gonna Soul Ring. That's fine. Mana Tithe is $1, that's fair. Concealed Courtyard's $2.99, okay. Well, thought it was gonna save us a bit more, but that's fine. Oh wait, we actually didn't set... Oh, just kidding, we did set that up. Specify printing. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Okay, so we almost exactly have $5 free. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let's see. Alright, now we're gonna get into the Tappy Lands. I mean, I guess Holdout Settlement could be okay. It's just gonna suck early game if we don't have any tokens, so, Where's the Basilica I already have, right? Yeah. I wish base camp was not a tap land. It's so narrow as it is, I don't see why they decided to do that. The Temple of Silence is how much? 38 cents, okay. Temple of Silence. Okay. I guess Myriad Landscape's gonna have to do because it's one of the few ways we can ramp. Bajuka Bog could actually be good for us because we could use it to exile our own graveyard for Sir Conrad. So I actually kind of like Bajuka Bog, even though it doesn't fix us too well. Let's do this. Okay, so we're gonna go down to 24 lands. Okay, how's our budget looking now? We're at 41, okay. What can I cram in? I guess Terrain Generator, that's gonna be... I think that's gonna be the last land. Okay, I think 4422 is going to be the closest we can get. The only last thing I was thinking of is we don't have a ton of card draw, which makes me kind of nervous. We have Village Rights, and we have Bankrupt in Blood, but I want some draw. Instant sorcery, draw. Oh, whoopsie. Partial type matches. Yeah, I think Read the Bones is going to be better. How much is Read the Bones? Not that much. So let's get rid of Bankrupt in Blood for... Actually, that's 3 seed. Sign in Blood, that's what I want to get rid of it for. Sign in Blood. Nice Whisper is pretty expensive, right? Yeah, it's $1. That's too much. Too much. I guess Read the Bones would be the only one I would add. I'd rather it than Veruca's Libation, I think. Read the Bones. Let's specify the printing. Okay, clean up. Done editing. Okay, we're still close enough. I like to try to be within 50 cents if at all possible. Let's just see if there's another option. Ancient Craving. I guess that could be another good option. Is there a 4 CMC sorcery? Yeah, 4 CMC sorcery we could get rid of. Oh, that's right. We have reprocess, which is basically that, but slightly better for us because we can sacrifice a bunch of creatures. Okay. I think I'm pretty happy with this. So I'm going to go take a quick break, get some more water, hit the restroom. And when I come back, I'm going to spit this into tapped out. We're going to just do some solitaire games with it, see how it feels, figure out the mana base and everything else. Or the mana split, I should say. And I'll be right back in like 3 to 5 minutes. See you then. Alrighty, I am back. Just need to put this into tapped out. And then we can do a little bit of play testing. Which, by the way, if you're just joining us or just hanging out, if you're noticing the little bar up there with the fun emotes, I'm doing a huge push that I'm calling Affiliatumber, where I'm trying to make affiliate by the end of the month. So I am only 20 followers away from that. So if you're hanging out and like what you saw this morning, greatly appreciate any spreading of the word of my stream, or if you're not following, just to follow. It's free and easy, so yeah. In any case, let us create a deck. Oh, nope, don't want to put that there. Kudro budget. EDH. Oh. Okay, let's see what our split is. Oh, it's saying Soul Shatter and Feed the Swarm is not legal. It's fine. It's gonna be legal soon enough. Okay, so we're leaning heavily into black and a lot less so in white. So, taking that into consideration, let us do, actually let me go back. Oop. Let us do, let's do 16 swamp and 8 plains. I think that might even out. Let's see. Ooh, almost got there. Okay. Mainly because we have Kudro, I want to actually bump that up. I think 9. Actually, we'll do 10 plains because we have Bajuka Bog too, and we'll do 14 swamp. I think that's going to be a decent enough split. At least to get us started. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's almost perfect. Okay. So 10 plains, 14 swamp. Let's edit that in this. 10 plains, 14 swamp. Done. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, let's get to some playtesting. Okay, I'll try keeping this. Alright, so turn 1, Terramorphic Expanse. I would crack it looking for a plains. Put that in the battlefield tap, end my turn. Turn 2, I would play a swamp. I would put out Salvage Scout. I think that would end my turn. I would then, before the start of my turn, I would tap this, play Village Rites, sacking Salvage Scout, drawing 2 cards. Then next turn, I would play a swamp. I would pay 1, 2, 3. Get big ol' Kudro out. Actually, let's zoom in a little bit more. Could exile a card from opponent's graveyard. Sure, I'll do that. End the turn. What would I do from here? I guess I would pay... I would pay 2 for Shrine of the Loyal Legions. And then I would end my turn. Next turn, at the beginning of my upkeep, I would add a counter. I would Evolving Wilds, crack it. I would look for another Plains. That would go on the battlefield tapped. What could we do here? One more creature cards in your graveyard. We don't really have. Yeah, we only have 1 creature, so that's not that great. I would probably just put out Blood Artist and end my turn. Next turn, we'd get another 1/1 counter. I'd put out a swamp. I would pay 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring out Trin. Putting another counter on this. Then I would end my turn. Next turn I would put Bajuka Bug in tapped. This would also actually get another counter on my upkeep. And then I would pay 3, 1, 2, 3 to crack this, sack it, and then we get 4 mirror tokens. Two, 3, 4. It's a shame the mirror aren't humans, because I would pay 2 right now to sacrifice. Well, actually, let's say I attack with Trin. She's a 4/4. Go out swinging, create a 1/1 human token, right? Yeah, white human token. And then I would go to my next turn. Okay. I would pay 1, 2, 3, play Read the Bones, scry 2. That would actually stay. That would stay too. I would draw both of those, and I take 2 life. Then I would pay, or put Closet Geeks out for nothing. I would pay 2 mana, gain 2 life, and I would sacrifice 2 mirror tokens. So that would be graveyard, and then player would lose life. I gain 2 life. Then I'd go to my next turn. I'd pay 1 innocent blood. Actually, no, I wouldn't do that. I would pay 1, 2, 3. Put out Zared Necromancer. Then I would tap and pay 1. I would sacrifice this human. I'd be able to create a 2/2 zombie. I think that's all I could really do with my turn. Yeah. Okay. So that seemed pretty okay. Let's restart and start fresh again. I almost feel like I have too many generators and not enough outlets, so let's think sack outlets. Feeling it's kind of hard to put in, being at such a low budget. But let's see, I'm not gonna keep a 2-lander, so let's restart. Free mulligan. Even worse, the small again. Mulligan again, because that's not great. No lander this time. Okay. So that's a bust. Unclaimed territory, swamp. Let's do free mulligan. Okay, I'm kind of thinking we're gonna need more lands. Let's do another mulligan quick. Okay, this is a better start. Even though we don't have much that we can do. Go to our next turn. I would pay 1, put out porphyry nodes. Something gets destroyed. Let's do 1, 2. We'll sacrifice this. Search up to 2 basic land cards. Share a land type. So we'll look up for 2 plains. 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 And those come in tapped. And then we go to our next turn. Let's just say that that's still coming up. Unclaimed territory, we will pick the type of human. So we'll do 1, 2 for General's Enforcer, and then 1, 2, 3 for Kudro. Okay, let's play a swamp. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. First witch. What's the flip side? That's alright. I'd probably end the turn. Perfect, okay. Pay 2 for Zula Park Cutthroat. And I guess each time one of these ETBs I'd be able to exile a target card from a graveyard, so that's kind of nice. A little bonus. Let's see, then I'd probably pay 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say we end up exiling a card from an opponent's graveyard. That, it's Llanowar Elf, sure, why not? Let's do Human Token. Or, oh yeah, it is Human Soldier, okay, cool. Okay, let's go next turn. Let's say the beginning of our upkeep, we end up getting targeted. We end up tying, so we will sack the Human Token. Temple of Silence etches in, scry 1. Definitely want to keep that up there. Gonna end the turn there. From Harusvex. Let's just do 1, 2, 3. Put you out there. Let's say this pops again. Oh, when the Human Token died last turn, I would have gained 1 life. Tied with the least power. Let's say in this case it was Zulaport Cutthroat. That has to die, but we still gain 1 life. Next turn. Okay, that's turn 9. Oh yeah, we would have drew a card too because a non-token creature died. Let's do pay 1, Doom Traveler. Then I'd pay 2 to sacrifice 2 humans. This would die and create a spirit, not spider, spirit. Okay, I guess I guess they're giving me a spider. That's cool. And then I would kill a cursed witch, which would transform, boop it on someone else. And with both of those dying, we would get 2 cards. I would pay 2 black, cast Sign in Blood. We would lose 2 life and draw 2 cards. Let's do Abyssal Gatekeeper. Actually, we can't because we don't have enough. I would have to do this for black and then put an Archfiend's Vessel. Okay. Not a horrible board state to start out with. Okay. Ooh, I quite like this starting hand, so let's go from here. Gonna play a swamp. Next turn, we're gonna pay 2 Talisman of Hierarchy. Go to next turn. We'll pay 1, 2 for Doom Dissenter. Next turn, ooh, we'll pay 1 actually for Soul Ring. Then we'll do 1, 2, 3 for Zathrid Necromancer. Next turn. So this is a bit of a problem because we can't make double white right now. Kinda sucks, but that's fine. Oh yeah, when we had to do white before, actually we haven't had to do white yet, so 1 white mana. We'll do Pious Evangel. Next turn we will do, boy, all the swamps, huh? Let's pay 2, tap this. We're gonna sack Doom Dissenter. That's gonna create 2 zombies because that stacks. So we're gonna go boom, boom, and then transform. And then we will do 1 white, 1 black, we lose 1 life. Pay 2. Doom Foretold. Okay, next turn, at the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices a non-land, non-token permanent. If that player can't, they discard a card, lose 2 life. You draw a card, gain 2 life. You create a 2/2 white knight creature token with vigilance, then you sacrifice Doom Foretold. Okay. So Zathrid Necromancer has to go. An opponent loses 1 life, I gain 1 life. Then we get another zombie token. Okay, let's pay for 1, 2, 3. Kudro comes out. Next turn. Oh, let's say that someone wasn't able to sacrifice something. We're gonna gain 2 life, draw a card, and create a 2/2 white knight. So this gets sacrificed. We draw a card, gain 2 life. Okay, we'll pay 1, 2, 3. Put up Bastion of Remembrance. And then I will human soldier. Nope, that's just regular human. We want human soldier. All the tokens, all the tokens. We'll play a land. Or not, that's cool too. Yeah, so this is the thing. We don't have like any good sack outlets, which is a bit of a problem. Because we're having a lot of ways to generate stuff, but we don't really have anything to maximize having that many tokens. So like, let's see what visually we have. Cause I'd say I'd almost rather take a blood artist for the money and put in something that's like actually can sack stuff. And I don't like the fact that we split the lands that way and didn't have enough plains. So we're gonna bump up to 11 plains and 13 swamp, most importantly. Let's actually just go back and edit this quick before I go. "13 swamp, 11 plains, done." Okay, so let's because I want stuff that has non-conditional options. Yeah, so I think Viscerous here has to be included instead of Blood Artist, because we have enough effects that are going to cause damage, but we have very little sack outlets. So I think Viscerous here is going to be the way to go. It's only $1.99, so yeah. I didn't want to do that. Okay, let's do scryfall.com. Go back to my deck. Let's edit. Let's do this Seer. And then we're going to specify printing for 2011. Hey, we even saved a little money. Look at that. Okay, let's do edit. Blood Artist for Viscerous here. Good morning. Hey, Legacy R, thank you for popping on in. How's it going? We're pretty much done with the main grouping of this. Good, that's good. Yeah, we're kind of just tweaking right now. I think we have a pretty decent Aristocrats deck. I'm just trying to look for more affordable sack outlets. Which I think Viscerous here is going to be one of the only ones we do have. Oh, actually, how much is Altered Dementia? Because I don't really care what it does, I just want to sack stuff. Okay, Altered Dementia we might be able to make work. We have like $2 free. Okay, if I can cut something for $1, Viscera Seer has to stay. Talisman of Hierarchy definitely has to stay. I guess Porphyry nodes. Yeah, I think Porphyry nodes has to be the one that gets cut. It's a little pricier, but I think we might be able to. Pricier CMC wise, that is. But not by much. And let's specify that this is from good old Modern Horizons. Okay. Oh, we're 33 cents over. Bollocks, as they say. Let's edit it over here because it's definitely worth keeping. I just want to cut something else then. PPP. Periphery nodes. What's your price constraints you're working with? 45 buckaroonies USD. Alter of Dementia. I did a little bit of solitary playtesting and I liked the way that it was playing. The only issue I kept running into is I did not have nearly enough sack outlets for how many tokens we were making, so ooh, Carrion Feeder actually, that actually might be a better and cheaper option than Altered Dementia. I think Carrion Feeder has to go in too. So what would that replace? Doing this for paper MTGO. Technically building for paper, it's mostly just for fun, just because I like building decks, but if I were to make this, it would definitely be paper. Okay. Viscera Seer we already got. Carrion Feeder. Carrion Feeder I think I would replace Archfiend's Vessel with. So let's do Modern Horizons. Carrion Feeder, we'll edit in this one. Wait, whoops. Archfiend's Vessel is what we want. Okay. 45.31, so we shaved 2 cents off. That's good news. I guess Mana Tithe we don't really need. It's kind of more of a want. And if I could find something that's a cheap sack outlet for less than $1, that would be worth putting in, I think. Actually, it'd help if I put the right colors in, huh? Hello, Matt. I'm not looking at every single card that has Sacrifice Creature on it. USD ending. Love your tagline, by the way, dude. Although I have a fair share of misplays. Yes, best misplays on Twitch. Yeah, I do also track them. Obviously, I don't really have any misplay to track right now, but when we get into Arena, once this is wrapped up, you can do exclamation point misplays to see how it works. But as much as I like claiming I have the best misplays on Twitch, mostly curious just to see how I can improve. Ooh, calling the week. How much are you? $3, yikes. Too much. How much is Ira? $2. Dang it. Ira would be a good choice. Boulder and Pariah, how much are you? You're 160, you're a little too much. It's honestly the entire reason I stream MTG, talking about Magic is gas and always wanting to get better. Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, I'm not competitive by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm always looking to improve. How much is Tragic Arrogance? Okay, 133, that's not awful. Corpse Harvester. This is banned, right? Yeah, it's banned. I was gonna say, there's no way that that's not played. Ooh. Are you under a... No, you're a little over $1. Dang, you'd actually be pretty decent. Holy smokes, Scoot Swarm is legit busted. I've yet to play against the Scoot Swarm. Unfortunately, most of my stuff yesterday when I was playing was a whole lot of Omnath. And then there's some weird polymorphy deck that has, it's the new worst Snapcaster, but they copy Neuroform Hybrid, that Simic spell that you can sacrifice something and search for something that's one more CMC. Yeah, but long story short, they get a bunch of creatures out. I'll give it haste and get extra combat steps and hit you in the face by like turn 4. So, not very fun. Interesting. Yeah, we'll probably end up seeing it today. I literally played against like the same person playing that deck like 4 times in a row. I don't know if there just wasn't that many people playing in Diamond last night, but it was definitely interesting to say the least. Okay, so I know this isn't a sack outlet, but it could be a decent tutor. I just popped for 160 and 1 trick. Dang. I've heard it's really the main win con is Crashing Arena, which that sounds like the more fun way to play Scoot Swarm personally to me. But that's still crazy. Sacrifice another creature, nope. I feel like they're gonna crash me over for sure. Yeah. I mean, Butcher Malakir kind of stinks, but it is under budget. I mean, I shouldn't say it stinks. It's not terrible, but for Mana Tithe, what's our curve looking like? I could afford to put Butcher Malakir in, I think. Let's get Mana Tithe out of here and put in Butcher of Malakir. I think this might just be enough. Specify printing. We want super cheapo dual deck version. And are we at 8 cents? Damn you. Okay, so we took out Mana Tithe for Butcher Malakir. Mana Tithe? Oh, there you are. Butcher, oh, I know how to spell. Butcher Malakir, that goes in, save. Okay, so what do I have in here so far? Okay, I have Altered Dimension, so I did add like 3 extra sack outlets. But now where can we save 8 cents? Not that I'm shooting for an even 45, but I want to at least go under if I can. Oh, Woe Strider. I completely forgot about this card. 83 cents. Mwah. Perfect. And it creates a token. Yes. All right. I'm gonna actually put that instead of Butcher Malakir. Love me some Woe. Yeah, it's a great card. I don't know, like, I've played against this deck a bunch in, or this card a bunch in Historic. I don't know why it slipped my mind. Or maybe I just assumed it was more expensive because it was in Standard. But in any case, Butcher Malakir, your short reign has ended for Carrion Feeder. So what's your format of choice / of love? Of choice is technically Historic because that's the easiest one for me to play. I love Commander, but unfortunately have not had really any time this year to play it, which makes me sad. But half the fun I have with Commander is building the decks, so this has been a nice change. But I guess overall I'd probably say Historic, because that's just the one I tend to play the most. Not big on Standard rotation, though it's not bad. Popper's been fun on Arena too, but I haven't played the real Popper yet. Whoa. Rider. But if I had to say favorite, probably Commander. Okay, I think with this we're under. Oh, even 45. I will take it. Alright, so let's get Butcher Malakir out of here. And let us put in Wall Strider. But, yeah, what's your favorite format that you enjoy to play? Did I not put? Uh-oh. Oh, because it's Butcher Malakir, because I don't know how to read. Whoa. Strider. Okay. So I'm an Arena Baby, just started March 2019. Arena Baby's fine. That's not a bad thing. I'm a paper boomer myself, so anyone playing Magic is good in my book regardless of how. But yeah, for convenience sake, Arena is just so much fun, especially how this year went. So it was only Standard until this year. Bought a Commander deck right before the pandemic. Nice. What deck did you go for? Did you build it yourself or did you go for a pre-con? Since then I've actually dipped into MTGO and some Eternals. I've always wanted to try MTGO, but I feel like going from Arena is kind of hard. Kudos to you for trying it, but it seems really obtuse, which is kind of taking me away from it. Pre-con that upgraded. Anji. Nice. I got Anji too. I never built with it, but I mostly just got it for some extra cards. Let's see. Okay, I'm good for those. My buddy refers to MTGO as functional. Yeah, it's working. Arguably, it doesn't crash nearly as much as Arena, so it has that going for it, right? Can't believe they're gonna think they're gonna push out a mobile version and have it be fine when literally almost every stream Arena crashes for me like 5 times. For me, it's just helped grow my love. That's awesome. Okay, so I think this is good. Let's see how this works now that we have some sack outlets. I'd probably keep this. Doing a weekly legacy tourney and trying to learn some modern. Nice. I've heard a lot of people refer to the more recent Omnath shenanigans as Legacy X or esque, which kind of scares me a little bit because that new Omnath is pretty good with Lotus Cobra. Yeah, I guess I would actually I'd probably do this. Claim humans. I guess I'd probably play in a simple Ed. Clear the board. Next. Historic though, and Arena's fab too. Yeah, Historic is so much fun. 3. Don't really have anything we can play next turn. Ooh, Grim Haruspex, okay. So I would do 1, 2, 3. Put out Grim Haruspex, end the turn. Then I would do 1, 2, 3. Get out Kudro. Lots of options. But probably just do Viscera Seer. And then... That's probably it for that turn. For the buddy, we built me a new MTGO commander deck. Very premiumly priced, but super fun, Life and Taxes style. Nice. Who's the commander? Let's move these up. One, two, three, four, five. And now I'm having the opposite problem I had before, whereas I have some sack outlets, but not really anything I want to sacrifice. I guess I would do 1, 2, 3, 4. I would do a Cursed Witch, immediately sack it to flip it, and just attach it to someone who's not here. Scry 1. I'd probably put that on the bottom of my library, because I don't want that there. Aloro. Ooh, Aloro always seemed fun. Eminence is very strong. That would probably... Oh, and since a non-token creature dies, I would draw a card. Ooh, Omen of the Dead. Unfortunately, can't cast it for unclaimed territory, but that's alright. Case of Koilos. Nice. Okay, I would probably end up doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bring out Sir Conrad. I guess I would pay 1 life to put out Omen of the Dead. Though in play involve floating mana, casting Teferi's Protection, and then Command the Dreadhorde. Nice. That's a great combo. Command the Dreadhorde is such a good card. How much is that now? Now that War is rotated. Okay, it's only 50 cents. If we had some way to give ourselves protection cheaply, this actually could be decent to put in. But for a future Modern Black deck that I want to build for myself, that would be a good option. Okay, so let's see where we're at turn 9. Okay, still don't have any great generation, but I do like our board state, so I'm going to say that that's pretty good. Let's restart. Ooh. Yeah, we'll keep this hand. We're gonna crack this for a swamp. Comes into play tapped. This goes in our graveyard. Next turn, we got a Plains. Probably use this for Doom to Center. Missed a land drop, which feels bad, man, but that's gonna unfortunately happen since we're in the colors we're in. I was also able to Aetherflux Reservoir my other opponent in that match. Man, sounds like some big plays that turn, or that that game rather. Next. Okay. Let's put Murder Investigation on Doom to Center. It was silly, Commander's neat in that regard. Yeah, that's definitely my favorite part about it, is just there's such big plays you can make, and Brawl doesn't capture it the same way, at least on Arena. If it was 4-person Brawl, that could be a different story, but yeah, it's something special about that there, Commander. See why it's hands down the most popular format. Okay, let's do Deathrid Necromancer. Go to our next turn, we get another swamp. Then let's do 1, 2, 3, get out Kudro. Yeah, we'll go to our next turn. Ooh, okay, this is kind of spicy. So we're gonna pay 1. We're gonna use Village Rites on our Doom to Center. So because of Necromancer, we're going to get 2 zombie tokens from this, and because of murder investigation, we're going to put 2 white soldier tokens out, because this has a power of 2. So this ends up dying. We get 2 zombie tokens. And we get 2 1/1 soldier tokens. Human soldier? Or just regular soldier? 1, 2. Okay, oh yeah, and we draw 2 cards. Nice. Still at 3 mana. Definitely consider giving MTGO a shot, man. If you can get past the UI funk, it's worth it, at least in this noob's opinion. Kind of like having one of those ugly dogs. It's ugly enough that it's cute. I don't know, you get goldfish on that site. That's great. Yeah, it's definitely helpful. I've seen some other streams before that they kind of just build a deck and they're like, see ya. But at least being able to solitaire this up, you can get kind of a rough idea. And where it's an aristocrats deck, it doesn't super rely on interaction with other people, so I think it gives a good indication of what we want to shoot for. 1, 2, 3. Bastion of Remembrance. We get a 1/1 white human soldier. I wish these came in as human soldiers because it would trigger the Zathra or the Necromancer, but that's good enough. I'll put another swamp down. Still don't have a great sack outlet, but that's okay. We'll pay 1, 2, 3. Read the bones. We'll scry 2, then draw 2. I want Orza Basilica, and I want Abyssal Gatekeeper, so that works. And we lose 2 life. Okay, then we still have 2 mana. Let's get Abyssal Gatekeeper out of there. Alright. So now what I would probably do is I would pay 2, activate Kudro's ability, sacrifice 2 humans. Necromancer dies and the human soldier dies, but we get 2 more black zombie tokens because of it, because of Necromancer's ability. So let's do 2 more zombies. Boop and a boop. I guess Falcon Wrath would come out. Oh, and each opponent would lose 2 life and we would gain 1 life. So, or 2 life technically because it triggered twice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get out Falcon Wrath Noble. I guess it was kind of a misplay because I should have put out Falcon Wrath Noble first, but it's fine. It's fine. You know what, I'll start the counter early, why not? Okay. Okay. Hey, there we go, Carrion Feeder. Now we're up to something. So what I'm gonna do this time is I'm going to tap 1 Carrion Feeder, and we're gonna just sacrifice the hell out of everything. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is gonna become an 8/8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because we have Falcon Wrath Noble and Bashing of Remembrance out, each opponent's gonna lose. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're each gonna lose 14, and we're gonna gain 14. So that's a pretty big turn. Oh yeah, and then each player would sacrifice a creature. I'd probably just sacrifice Kudro at that point because it doesn't really matter. It goes back to the command zone. We'll put Canna counters, that's fine. everyone would lose 2 more life and I would gain 2 more life. Okay. Alright, well I think that's a pretty good show. I'm gonna do one more little solitaire and then I think I'm gonna call this good. I'm feeling much better with how this plays now that we have some additional sack outlets in it. Because previously we were able to do things like that, but just have nowhere to put the creatures. So now that we do have some decent spots, that's actually pretty nice. We're gonna do planes. Comes out tapped. Yeah, next turn. Put this out. Next turn. Oh no, we are pretty high on the curve. I guess we would do Claws of Gix just to have something out there. Okay, let's do this. 1, 2, 3. Kudro. Actually, that's another one because I should have put out Kudro last turn. Then I would have had the mana for Trin, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's put Trin out. Next turn. Ooh, Daring Fiend Bonder. I love this card. I will play a land. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gets haste and attacks. So let's say it goes to swing in, someone blocks it, ends up dying. And then the beginning of our end step, because we're not going to do anything else because we attacked with something, Trin is going to create a 1/1 human soldier token. Next turn. Put down another swamp. Put out exhibition map. Oh, that's right. This only searches for a land. It's not specific to what kind of land, so we could even search for Bajuka Bog if we wanted to, which would be pretty nice with Sir Conrad. Speaking of, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sir Conrad the Grim. You know what? We'd pay 1 life to sacrifice this. Gain a life. Sir Conrad would deal 1 damage to everybody. I would pay 2 crack expedition map. Probably look for a Bajuka Bog actually. Did not play a land this turn, but I'm not gonna just yet. I want to save it for later. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring out Last Laugh. Next turn. Pay 1 for that. Yeah, I would pay 1 to sacrifice Thought Picker Witch herself. Everyone loses 1 life due to Last Laugh. Next turn, okay. And we're at turn 10. Okay, so I think overall, I'm gonna call this done. I'm pretty happy with the fact that I hit exactly 45. I think this is a pretty fun aristocracy type build. Obviously it's not, you know, tier 1 competitive or anything, but I think for 45 bucks, if your playgroup's a bit slower, or you're more into a startily battle cruisery type builds, this thing can hold its own pretty well, especially if they don't have any way to deal with creature removal. What's the MTGO price of this beast? Looks like 30 tickets. I'm pretty sure tickets are what are 4. Yeah, 4 are missing. Yeah, so it looks like 30.52. So yeah, pretty cheap. Yeah, I just want to make sure I got everything lined up. Yeah, that looks good. Not missing anything here. All right, so with that done, I will be posting this later after the stream on Instagram and also in the Discord. So if you want to see any personal lists that were done before, those are going to be there. Do you have a central place where you post your brews? Yes, I do. I keep the link live for 1 week on my Instagram, but on our Discord server that I have a channel that just has all of the deck lists that I've done on stream. And that's going to be kind of the permanent place where they end up being held. So if you want to see all of them, you can feel free to hop on in there. But I am going to take a quick break, and then when I come back, we're going to do some arena and hopefully not get too stomped with Omnath. Joined up, man. Sweet. Appreciate it. So yeah, I'll be right back in a couple minutes, get some more water, hit the restroom, and then we will arena it up. Alrighty, I have returned. Hope everyone's doing well. By the way, if you're just tuning in, I'm currently pushing for something that I'm calling Affiliate Timber, where I want to get to affiliate by the end of the month because I got these wonderfully cool emotes in And I'm just super excited to use them and have other people use them too. So, if you can help me reach my goal, that'd be very much appreciated. If you like anything I do here, I don't care about donos, I don't care about subs, not that I can have them anyway, but any word you could spread would mean the world. And if you're not already following, it's free. So, really would mean a lot. But, we're gonna play some arena. Usually my time after building the EDH deck is focused on something non-ETG, or non-MTG rather. But, I want to dive deeper into Zendikar, so we're going to play some Historic. Also, Legacy R. Appreciate you joining the Discord. Yay. Hey, Goat Tribal. Alright. We're going to do... Devotion... Historic, best of one. Alrighty, let's get on into it. Okay. Oh, what's in the store today? Hey. Okay, I want some gold to get some free gems. That would be very cool. Oh, we're gonna easily hit. We're gonna easily hit our goal. I mean, we're pretty likely to draw into a third land, which would be pretty cool. So I'm thinking I'm going to keep this. We got Screamy Mr. T, a good defender, and we will be ready to rock and roll. Good old Stone Coil Serpent. He scream from the depths. Ooh. Kind of curious what this deck is with the amass stuff. Let's do Death Touch Lifelink. And the only thing that sucks is I hope they're not playing a ton of blink spells, because Kaya's Ghost Form does not do much of anything. Ooh. Oh. Sneaky. Very sneaky. Okay. I wish we had another 2-drop now, because we're kind of not in a great spot, but actually it's fine because we'll just put a Obliterator. Hopefully they can't do that again. But why do I get the feeling their deck is completely built around doing this? Alright, well, cool. Just cool. I mean, if they counter this, we lose, but the fact that they had 2 of those in their hand ready to go is a bit worrying. Okay, they decided to just go for it, which... Oh, okay, well that's why. I was about to say. Seemed a bit presumptuous. Don't make me wait too long. Thanks. As cool of a hand this is, I wish the Village Rites was a swamp. So we're gonna mulligan. That's a bit better. Let's put back a land. God, it feels weird to put back a land. But oddly, kinda not that weird. Cruel Celebrant. How much is Cruel Celebrant? Because now I'm kind of... Of course, I finished making my deck. How much is Cruel Celebrant? 84 cents. I could have probably worked that in. It's fine. I hit my $45 limit. Can always improve. It's fine. Are you gonna let me play my Fenlurker? Oh, you can't choose, that's why. Nice, we got rid of some card draw. Next turn, I'm gonna plop down Ghost Form. Ooh. Chase a car, love. Ooh, Massacre Girl. Let's let's just Ghost Form again. Yeah, so they're pretty well set up right now. Okay, Vraska's Contempt to go. That probably just saved me quite a bit. Alright, if I can get a land and get veto, I'll feel pretty okay with how things are looking. Okay, I'm gonna Grim Tutor for Veto. And then we're actually gonna have a chance of winning this thing. Which I'm kind of surprised at. Oh no. Well, I'm dead. So that's cool. Let's see the triggers. Hey. At least I get to exile something before I die. I should have killed that Cruel Celebrant earlier. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Ooh. Some nice early game interaction with this hand. Hopefully I don't get screwed, but we'll see. Who is that? A Shark Typhoon, okay. Okay, I'm worried they're gonna have a board wipe, so I kind of wanna... Oh, okay. Wow, the fact that there's a counter on a land, that's kind of huge. I feel like a lot of people are overlooking the power of that. Because it's essentially no downside. Is this just a deck that's like exclusively flip cards? Because that's kind of rad. Oh, great, never mind. Must be great to be able to look at the top 6 cards of your library on a land. Holy shit, that's a strong card. Here comes the counter spell. No, okay. Oh, I forgot they printed Sphinx's Revelation in this. I like the original art way better. But so cool. Alright, so we're gonna actually feed the swarm. Because that's too much value. And they're probably gonna use a counter spell. No? Okay. Okay. Alright, let's change up the soundtrack again.
Right on schedule. Keep up the pace.
They probably have a counter, but it's fine. It's fine. Yep. Great. Well, I'm gonna attack Teffers, so
I'm getting too old for this.
they can't -3 me.
Hold that.
It's so cool to just get Wrath of Godded. Great job printing that. But didn't they have Shadow of the Sky too, or am I thinking the last game? No, they didn't have Shadow of the Sky. Well, that sucks for us. I'm honestly debating just cracking ourselves with village rights. Okay, we got some creatures. That's helpful.
No time for a break.
And counterspell. A digging for a counter. That card is insane. The fact that they can just dig for any answer they need. But what could you possibly be digging for? Well, they're gonna probably -3 to fairy to
Hold that.
This is not fun. I hope I can get one more land. If I get one more land and they Wrath of God me 4 times in a row, I'm gonna lose because I can't really do much else. Okay, I'll do Gifted Aetherborn into Kaya's ghost form to hopefully prevent us from being yeeted into space. Of course. That's all you run is counters and board wipes. I mean, they're gonna mill themselves.
You know what? I'm not.
Like, that's just an inevitability that they're... Okay. Well, nothing like getting Wrath of Godded 4 times to really make you love Historic. Thanks, Watsy. That was frustrating. Frustrating. Yeah, we'll keep this. Pretty good. Alright, so they're 5 color for sure. But 5 color what?
I am exhausted.
Oh, Super Friends? Definitely Super Friends. That's gonna be a huge problem for us. 'Cause we're in black and don't have a ton of ways to deal with enchantment removal. Or planeswalker removal. Fourth land would be great. Pretty cool. All these 4 CMC board wipes are annoying.
This is my master.
Well, I'm gonna try for the big boy. Sure they don't have another Shadow of the Sky and 2 Wrath of Gods in their hand.
Behold, my epilogue of
Okay, so let us do this. I'm gonna Kaya's Ghost form. Actually, yes. If you board wipe me again, I want to come back. Then we're gonna do Vraska's Contempt on you because you stink, and then this is gonna get countered. Nope. Cool. And they're hurting now. Okay, so we'll hit them for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We won't kill them. Next turn, I'd very much like to kill them, though. So we're going to do this. Okay. That's fine, because I'm just coming back. They probably have a Wrath in their hand, though. Why wouldn't they?
Ooh, I like a good fight. Notice I didn't say
Okay. Really wish I could have gone face, but yeah, that's exactly what I wanted, so that's cool.
The crueler the opponent, the sweeter the victory.
You're not welcome. You better beat me this time. Bravo.
Okay, pretty sure this is game. Good game. Ooh, that was close. It was on edge of my seat. Alright, now we can buy some gems. Gems is for me. Now, isn't 860 enough to get 3? Oh, not 860, but And I think, oh yes, I got a rare wild card. Nice. Very nice indeed. Tajiro Paragon seems really good in an elf deck. Because you could just completely ignore the cleric, rogue, warrior, and wizard clauses. So like late game if you kick it, look at the top 6 cards of your library and put an elf in your hand. And even at worst it's a 3/2 for 2. Seems pretty strong. Wayward Guide Beast. I will keep this. I wish we had a 1-drop. The Knight of the Legion would have been perfect instead of Gary, but I'm definitely okay with this. Jesus, okay. Nothing like a 4/4 angel on turn 2. And you just get another one. Great. Okay, hopefully Village Wrightsing into another land so I can get an Obliterator up. Cancel. Okay, well now it doesn't matter because they're going to swing it anyway. Well, I'm dead next turn, so unless I get a board wipe. Yep, I'm dead. Great. Nothing like I hate mono white. I hate mono white. Nope, not keeping a 1-lander. This is a bit better. We'll keep this, put you back. Alright, well, what do we got here? Wait, why did Kai's ghost form gets removed? I feel like that's a bug. I feel like that's not how that interaction is supposed to work. I mean, we're dead. Okay. I'm going to mono red because I want head empty vibes. And I don't want to go back down below Diamond 3. Sure, we'll keep this. Oh, that's right, I want to put the Amonkhet lands in here. Now that I, have them. Wait, is my cardboard live not on? Why do I keep doing this? I'm also pretty sure I have the non-jump start version. Just for theming purposes, I'd like to change it. I really wish I would have kept Blazing Volley now. That would have been pretty sweet. Oh, that's right, because they can just sack that too. So you know what? I think I'm gonna pivot into Heku life gain. That's more the mono red. That's my speed. Okay, did we get any more good stuff to put in? Bum, 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 bum. Sure, we'll keep this. Got some options. Historic, yes. Also, welcome back, Destroyer. Of course, as soon as I pick my anti-life gain deck, we're against mono red. Interesting deck. Yeah, I've been playing against a bunch of mono white life gain and kind of getting sick of it, so wanted to bring my Heck You life gain deck out. I'm gonna save Blazing Volley because they're probably gonna end up just having a lot of 1/1s that eventually come out. Okay. Okay, definitely happy I saved Blazing Volley. I'll take all three. Don't have another land, that's fine. I will do boop. And then let's do Firebrand Archer. I'm really going all out with the aggro, eh? Well, they're not playing any planeswalkers, so let us throw a possibility or fry and hopefully see if we get a land. Two lands is pretty sweet. Well, we can do this. I actually might replace all the shocks with Blazing Volleys, because that's pretty clutch. Getting destroyed by a 1/1. Oh, well, there's the Torbrands. Wondering when they're gonna come out. Hey, I got one too. But I'm gonna actually upgrade yours instead. Because I don't want you to have what I'm having. Oh, there it is. Cavalcade. Guess they're gonna go out swinging if they're gonna go out. Ah, Embercleave. That's fine, because I still win. Good game. Yeah, I guess they wanted to go out swinging. Red versus red is okay, I guess. Yeah. I've actually fared a bit better in that matchup than I was expecting, but I definitely want to put more Blazing Volleys in. Nope. Just because I get the feeling we're going to be playing against a lot of Lotus Cobras at some point. Blazing Volley upgrade. I wish one of these wasn't Pirate's Pillage, but if we do get 4 mana, we'll be able to have some fun. Okay, Fire Prophecy is actually pretty okay. I'm happy with that. Alright, we got Azorius. We will treasure map. Or we'll get Dovin's vetoed. Cool. Great. Amazing. Okay, we'll do this. I usually hate how mountains look, but they look good for this set. Yeah, honestly, all the... So this is what we're against. Yeah, I don't think there's any... There's usually like 1 or 2 lands I like hate when a new set comes out, but honestly, all the Zendikar ones, they're like... They're pretty choice. Let's do Ferocidon, because they're not going to have a counter. Not that I think they're going to be wanting to gain life in this deck, but 3/3 Menace is fairly pog. Just kidding. Yay, Azorius control. How I missed you. Just kidding, I never missed you. Let's do Pirate's Pillage. We're going to discard this. Okay, more lands is not really what I wanted, but that's fine because we will destroy this artifact. Fun. Yes. Fun. And there's Big Boy Teffers himself.
No remorse. You need to slow down.
Interesting to -3. Not that I disagree with it, but I wish it was each creature in Planeswalker. That would have been so nice.
No time for a break.
I'm gonna sleep this game. Oh my god, I hate him. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better than 3 Fairy, but I still was never a big fan. Yep, and they probably have 2 more Shadow of the Skies in their hands. Gonna top deck a Wrath of God. That's how these go. Alright, we're gonna Fireburn Archer and then pray that I can get my risk factor off. Or they're gonna absorb, but that's fine. Gonna guess they're gonna just take the damage because they don't want me to draw. That's fair. Oh, and they just gained it back anyway. What a shame.
You know what? I'm not.
My prowess is on that. Meditate and prepare.
Oh, Syncopate, great. Alright, so you run Syncopate, you run Absorb, you run Negate, you run Essence Scatter, and you run Dovin's Veto. Why? Why? Oh god, why? So let's see, they could Syncopate. They have to pay 1 blue. Yeah, I can't. I'm gonna try to risk factor again to see if they burn their Syncopate, because I really need Ferocidon, even though they already know I have it, but yeah, they're saving it. Alright, well, I can't let that get countered. Most likely going to concede next turn because I don't see us really turning this around, and I don't want to
We need
keep
to
getting countered this whole game. but on the off chance something happens. So fun,
Let's
yeah,
make this
fun. Oh, and you have Master of Time. You know, no. Mm-mm. Master of Time is the straw that broke my back. Guarantee you before Narset, it was the other Teferi too. Unbelievable. Okay, lands are nice because I only play 20 or 22, so I'll keep this. Ooh, what? I don't remember that art sleeve. Next, end turn. Oh, hey. Boy, all the games today have just been 10 out of 10 levels of fun. Everything's control. Everything's control because freaking Snake and Omnath messing things up. Better cards to set. Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of the dual face cards are like absolutely ridiculous in control decks. Because earlier I was playing against similar to Fairy deck that we had last time. But like there's one dual face card that the spell side is you can search for top 6 cards of your library and put an instant or sorcery in your hand. And they just got to the point that they could like dig through half their deck and just get every answer for what I needed. At the benefit of not losing a land if they needed it too, so I don't know, feels kind of pushed. Yeah, we're gonna hard cast Cure the Critics because everything hurts. And of course, you just got another one ready to go. Okay, treasure map's not what I need right now. Not really what I want. Okay, gonna assume they just got 8 billion counters. So we'll just try it out. Hey, it resolved. You'd love going against me. Yeah, I'm gonna bet that you don't play as much control as I've been playing against today. Okay. Let's see, this get removed. There it is. Cool. Awesome. Wow. I have a control deck. Oh, yeah. Not feeling the love for control today. Why are you... Oh, they just probably want the surveil. I'm like, why... why thought erase me when I have nothing in hand? I'm gonna draw a card first. Mainly because we have abundance. And flash also rogue. No, those aren't that bad. I guess I'll do this.
enjoy. And my friend is here.
Oh, whoops. Well, not really whoops, but I only have 3 decks I wanted to start fresh. That's fair. I've kind of been considering doing the same thing, just to delete all my decks that aren't favorited, but I don't know. Oh, that's right. The God Pharaoh got reprinted. Okay, mountain's not really what I wanted. Firebrand Archer's a bit better, I suppose. I'm gonna hold this mountain in my hand so they think I have something. Well, if I attack, they're gonna block. I guess I'll go you and you to try to get rid of. Okay, good. That's kind of how I wanted it to play out anyway. Because we can do this. Mind games, yeah. Like 8 million IQ level plays going on. Oh, cool. That's helpful, not. GG, yeah, probably GG.
I was bored
Okay. Before I concede, what do I get? Okay, Archer's not gonna help. Boop, 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 boop. Maybe no red. Yeah, well, I don't know, because black wasn't working out because I kept getting paired up with life gain decks that out-tempoed me. Now that I'm in red, I'm playing against anything that doesn't have life gain. Probably go elves after this one. It's because I haven't played them in a little bit. I'll keep this. Seems decent enough. Excuse me. Okay, I'm liking the planes. Is this mono white life gain? Still don't know. Possibly. Oh, this is probably mono white artifacts with the yeah, this is mono white artifacts for sure. Let's do treasure map. Yeah, we'll hit you, screw the critics, why not? What? Alright, you're getting a bunch of stuff out, but I don't know what you're exactly doing. Let's do this first. Artifacts, yeah. Kind of curious what their payoff is, though. I was watching Merchant the other day playing a mono brown deck, but he definitely. I don't think he played this. At least the Maze Mine Toad. Well, no, he did play some Maze Mine Toads. Oh, Oogie Woogie, of course. That makes sense. Let's see, we're gonna discard you. Should have probably actually, should have treasure mapped first. That would have been a better move. I feel like the full art for this Ugin, like the skin they have, is really not good because you can barely read the name. Other than Spirit Dragon, of course.
Ghost fire, my greatest creation.
Okay. I really want the card draw, so I'm gonna do something that might be construed as kind of dumb, but let's just see how it pays out. 'Cause I think hitting them for 8 is going to be much less appealing than just letting me draw 3 cards. Okay. And I drew essentially nothing I needed. Awesome. I was kind of hoping for a Torbrand, because I wouldn't have been able to... I was hoping for Torbrand and to obscure the critics. Or at least one.
Consider this a warning.
Alright, what are they gonna get with Karn? Let's see.
Defend my ally. I am not frightened by
I mean, realistically, we've lost this. Okay, yeah, God Pharaoh statue we can't play around. That's a shame. I gotta hit the restroom quick. I will be right back in like 5 minutes, and then when I come back, we will get some elf ball rolling. All right. I am back. Let's try to get some elves going before I sign off for the day. Three misplays. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, I just started playing, and a couple of those are from my solitaire playtesting of the commander deck. Yeah, there's nothing I really want to add. Just thinking that new elf that's a party member and see if there's any synergy there, but it's not that bad. Or it is bad, I should say, compared to what I have. Alrighty. No, I want some. Alright, much better hand. We will put Coco back. Hello. Turn 3 Elvish Archdruid. You love to see it. Ooh, Steam Can. Have not seen you in a minute. Yeah, let's do Coco. Let's do Visionary and Visionary. Going wide. Okay, saw that coming. Perfect, because now we can do this. Hit the steam can. And yeah, we'll swing. Nice. Maybe elves are the way to go today. I wish we had a 1-drop, but this isn't terrible. So I think I will keep. There's no blue, so I'll hold off on Allosaurus Shepherd till later. Okay, Bantu's Monument's a little spooky, but nothing too crazy. Okay, kind of curious where this is going. Don't really want to swing out yet, so let's do perfect. Then we'll do visionary. Okay. As long as we don't get wiped, pretty sure we gotta win. Pretty sure. Okay, nice. And now I'm going to activate this. Yeah, I don't want to tap that because I want to swing. They're probably going to block the Shepherd with the Vampire, the Dire Moon. That's fine. I don't mind. Because we'll be able to get another one with Fauna Shaman in 2 turns. Or actually, next turn. I'm going to assume they're playing Exquisite Blood in the deck. Which they do have the mana for. Because all they'd have to do is cast a creature spell to... Okay, they actually blocked it. I'm kind of surprised. Let's put you out. Interesting they didn't pick the Archdruid. Okay, well, you 100% lose now, but it's fine. Good game. Back up to tier 3. Pog, yeah. Love Crater Hoof. Ooh, Archon of Emiria is actually a great tax card. I want to make mono white taxes at some point with Approach to the Second Sun as the win con, but I need my wild cards for that. So our opponent's name is pretty great. They're called Scrub Can't Aim. I hope they're not trying to aim playing Arena, because there's not a whole lot you can aim. I mean, I guess attacks and blockers, but still. Let's do Paradise Druid, because I want an early Coco. That would be nice. Nah, he can't aim. I'm assuming his name is, or their name is based off of calling us the Scrub. Draw on some cards. Kind of wish Archdruid was part of that group, but it's fine. Blood Sun? Okay. Yeah, let's do Fauna Shaman next. Because we will have some good mana for getting, Crater Hoof, Jesus. Uh-oh, what are they trying to cast? Great. Nothing like a turn 4 Star of Extinction. Let's try to replenish. Nice, lovely. Wow, incredible, amazing, wonderful. Honestly, hats off to them though. I love Star of Extinction. I'm not mad. Really? I mean, I guess you can do that if you want. Red control? Yeah, looks like it. Valakut Awakening is such a good card. Oh yeah, 100% red control.
Make this quick. I've got other things to burn.
So they're gonna -3, wiping me again.
Get out of my way.
Cool beans.
Or, you know, don't.
Okay, let us. I mean, might as well. I don't know much else I can do. They're probably gonna +2, giving us the emblems. I had to guess. Unless there's -3 again, just to spite me. Okay.
Let's get toasty.
Guess they just wanted to draw the card. If I had to guess. Good ol' wily goblin. Okay, Beast Whisperer is cool, but I wish I would have gotten that before Paradise Druid. Another Coco would be pretty
Is
sweet.
it just me, or is it getting a little warm in here? You're playing with fire
Yeah.
here.
Okay. Not really too hopeful we're gonna pull this one out, but let's see. I feel like there's more effective cards they could. I mean, I guess they're doing it from a control aspect, so it makes sense. Playing with fire. Nice.
Let's get toasty.
Okay, ram through does not help me. Let's just attack you.
What? That's it? Hope it's not too hot for you.
I mean, we're on a 3-turn clock at this point. Okay, yeah, we definitely lost. I needed that to be a creature to try to get something. For shame. I don't love this hand. This one's not much better, but I like early Allosaurus Shepherd for sure. Want to keep growing rights. And of course now we're seeing the mono white again. Dope. I mean, I'm hoping they'll chump block, but yeah. Pridemate 2.0. Alright, let's... Growing rights. Never block, yeah. I don't think they're gonna block either, but never know. It sucks, because I have to attack with 3 things to flip growing rights, but I don't want to flip it. I mean, I guess I can now, because they don't have Hallowed Priest ready to go. Of course, I'm getting flooded. Alright, I'm gonna swing out in order to flip growing rights. Gonna guess they're just gonna block the druid and then let everything else go. No, okay. So when they attacked with Hallowed Priest, I'll block with Fauna Shaman. And hopefully be able to somehow crawl back. Alcid of Life's Bounty, I hate you. Hate you, hate you. Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to change anything, but... Well, this is nice. Yeah. Lovely. I'm still basically dead, but at least I can go through and pump Allosaurus Shepherd to hopefully kill the wardens and maybe have a shot. Collected Company right now would be perfect if I could pull that out. Oh, they're just gonna give her protection and I die. Fun. Well. Nice. Bum, 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 bum. Bing, 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 bing. Okay, 1 lander, definitely not keeping. Especially having Crater of my opening hand kind of sucks, because I only run 1 copy of it. I think I run 1, maybe it's 2. We're gonna mulligan you. This is a bit better. Turn 2 we'll Druid. Turn 3 we'll Gwynen's Elite. Turn 4 Imperious Perfect. Hopefully big swing. Are we against another Llanowar or another Elves deck? Okay, but they play Karn's Bastion. That's kind of weird. Are they token elves? Kind of strange. Almost have the exact same opening hand that we did. Nice. Okay, well I'm gonna let that through because I can't afford to lose the ramp. Ooh, okay. Yeah, we'll do Gwynen's Elite. I will keep up Heroic Intervention for blocking next turn. I wish I could have had Imperious Perfect out to do that, but it'll have to do. Okay, they didn't swing in. Interesting. I'm gonna assume they're just waiting to get Mending of Dominaria. What the heck are they building? I am curious. I'm gonna guess they're waiting for Crater Hoof and or Allosaurus Shepherd. Wow, they hit no lands with Mending a Dominaria. That sucks. If I could get a ram through right now, I'd be very happy. Because we'd be at a pretty big advantage compared to them. Okay, it's not a ram through, but I still like it. Okay, damn, they're right back up with us now. All aboard the Imperious Perfect train, I guess. Thanks. Okay. Oh no. Okay, so they're pretty far ahead. Which kind of stinks. I'm really just curious as to why they're not swinging out, though. They clearly have a bigger board state than I do. Maybe they just feel like dirtling. Oh, hey, they're attacking. So unfortunately, I only have 2 more to go. Misplay, what did I do? The one time I get a forest. I need lands. I don't know. Why'd you exclamation point MP? To see. Well, it works. Just really wish I could have drawn a copy of the land through, because that would have really helped out, but so they run the Great Hedge, that's why. I guess I could hope that they deck themselves, but it does not look like that's going to be likely. I mean, if they swing with everything, I'm definitely dead. Vivian Reed. Man.
Beasts are much more reliable than humans. I've seen things that would break someone like you.
Oh boy. Alright, you have 1 mana left. Don't really see what else you can bring out. Be funny if I splash white for Wrath of God or something. Okay, yep, we lose. GG's. Fortunately, they were 5 cards away from decking themselves, so the dream was almost alive, but not quite there. But yeah, so that's gonna do it for me today. Had a very fun building stream, like how Kudro came out. Had some okay matches in arena, but I am excited to be back on Wednesday. So if you want to keep up with me until then, those are all my socials and also my Discord server that I have. I'm definitely the most active on Instagram and Twitter though, so those are the two places you can find me outside of the Discord most frequently. And yeah, I hope everyone has a great rest of their weekend. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it, and I'll catch you guys Wednesday night. Peace.